How you guys doing this fine evening? God damn. GoldenEye 64. The audacity of a pause menu to go that hard. I can't believe it. To this day, I can't believe it. SJRK thinks the 5 Tier 1 gifters. I appreciate it. Oh, they landed on Cinderfall Gaming, Nacho Bears, among others. Nice. Not bad. Ruby Boy Doss thinks of the big primer. Smallent, yeah. Thanks for the 8 months. Appreciate it. Good comment. Icarus Potion redeemed hats off during the intro, and I switched from big to Heywoah. Somebody tried to redeem ad time, but it was simply too soon. Too close to the start of the stream. I think there's an ad there anyway already. So, Tay Barracuda thanks for the 5 Tier 1 gifters as well during the intro. Big TY. I didn't stream all of last week, so I missed out on actually a lot of income. So I appreciate the donos helping me with my rent. People 3004 thanks for the gifter as well. Appreciate. And Royboy Doss, thanks for the gifter. Man, I got some people to thank, don't I? Jeez, this is what happens when you don't stream. Also, thanks to the Tier 1 People 3004 themselves. Wow, almost 5 years. Yeah, 13 months by my count, that's pretty close. Also, by the way, Frank on the Rocks was first. And so they're cursed, and they can pass it off if they wish. First for Please Bilateralis Be Good. I know, I'm hoping to. I'm hoping for a Bilateralis Symmetricus. The Lord. Adam Ralt, thanks for the Tier 1. Lowly Tarnished, thou art not even big enough. Yeah, to be grafted, yeah. Good one. Touch Grace. Touch Grace and acquire the Maiden, yeah. GDad909, thanks for the Tier 1. 19 months, holy shit. That's a long time. By the way, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Ortorius, sick today, fever just broke, coughing stuff, and the chills. Still here for the big. Hey, thanks for joining us. It seems like you're in no condition to do much else. So I guess please enjoy the show. And by the way, your Twitch name sounds like a boss from Elden Ring. Ortorius. Just want to let you know that. You probably know. Obi Watts, thanks to the Tier 1. 11 months. Nice, dude. Double pointies to 9. Yeah, we got a big show. But it doesn't mean I'm going to rush. There's just a lot to get to, that's all. And not bad. Not bad for a return stream from a week of working on YouTube. And the last piece of the puzzle has come into place now with the Aiden Thiepkin and Fyreslayers Battletomes that were threatening to release for a long time, and now they've come out, and so, man, what am I going to say about them for the next Every Army 3rd edition? Well, I guess we'll find out together, because I haven't looked at it yet. No Twitch acting here. I actually haven't looked at any of it, so I got my little notepad up, and let's get to reviewing. G-Dead, thanks for the Tier 1 gifter. And Albjorn thanks the Tier 1 as well. 12 months, nice. Hope you were able to touch Grace while on your sabbatical.
Which Prime?
I played Elden Ring exactly one time the past week. It felt weird, it felt gross. I like the game, don't get me wrong. But, oh shit, a level 5 hype train? Damn. That's some Chorf level train going on. Holy shit. Anyway, it was one of those things, I don't know, if you work for yourself and you work from home and you work on your computer, sometimes it feels like anything you do that isn't work is like wasting time or feel bad for it or something. A little bit of that was creeping in the past week. But I bravely pushed it aside, played some Elden Ring Sunday, and played some Diablo 2 2.4 PTR just to see what they were doing with it, by gum. Those non-Blizzard developers working on D2R, actual chads. That's a fucking developer right there. Super cool. Leadfoot thanks for the 100 bits. Appreciate it. The Hobbies thanks to the 5 tier 1 gifters, as well as SG Arcade thanks to the 5 tier 1 gifters as well. God damn. I'm pushing a button for this one. The explosion. DK Ratesberg thanks to the big primer. So big, yeah. 17 months, and good meme reference, by the way. And Orterius thanks to the tier 1. I might have thanked you for that already. Yeah, developers. Good meme callback. Yozo Miri. I don't know how old you are, Yozo Miri, but I'm old enough to get that one. And good work. 5 out of 7. Ahem. You still need to play Dark Souls 3, so no Elden Ring for you. Hey, you're just doing it in order. Some people like to skip ahead. I never really played any of the other Dark Souls, or actually I really haven't played any FromSoft games at all. Elden Ring's my first one. I'm very enjoying it. I'll talk about it later, though, because I don't want this to be Elden Ring tangent stream. This is big news double Battletomies stream. Thanks for letting you leech into an affiliate level. No problem, SJ Arcade. Do note that when you sign up for affiliate, you can no longer stream live on any other platform. That's part of the agreement, but people can sub to you, so you can get paid, which is nice. Leadfoot thanks for the 100 bits. In the last week, you have played 11 games of Sigmar and painted an Altharian, but the time has been entirely empty without the flats. Love you all physically behind a dumpster.
Oh, won't somebody please think of the children?
I appreciate much of that sentence. Thanks a lot. We could do with more Bomber. Yeah, big Bomber. It was long without the woe. Thanks, Tomb King Tristan. Appreciate it. Traitor King Tristan. Although it's actually just a meme. Don't worry about it. People can sub and you can dom. True. You're excited to hear about the Heywoah big Elden Ring build? So, I'm far enough into the game now. I haven't done much of the main story. I've been truly open-worlding it, like old-school open-worlding it. I'm far enough into the game to realize that what I'm doing is not great. But I'm doing it anyway because it's hilarious, and I don't care if I die, because the game doesn't punish you at all for dying. I thought Dark Souls games are supposed to be really punishing, and for unforgiving and stuff like that. Maybe the other Dark Souls games really were, and this is the most user-friendly one. That could be the case. But when you die in this game, all you lose is like the experience you're holding. And so whenever I'm about to do anything that matters, I just finish off however much XP I need to level up so that I have like 100 souls left over, and then it doesn't matter if I die 20 times. I mean, you go back to a save point in one of the sites of grace, I guess, but who cares? It's a learning experience. It's actually kind of nice. I appreciated it. Dying is really no big deal in the game, unless you're foolish. And you're just rolling around with 40,000 souls in your hubris, on your mount of pride, you know, taunting the gods to take it away from you or something like that. Anyway, G-Dead, thanks for the gift. Mail 200, thanks for the gift.
Which Prime?
2, by the way. Oh, Hades and Walor Joel both sniped. Damn, he doesn't miss. He's like Sei Nijima. Mail 200. Nothing personnel, kids. Got him. But anyway, as I was saying, what I'm doing in Elden Ring, we are straight up fat rolling, maximum poise, like as much poise as I can possibly get, dual wielding the grafted greatsword and the guts greatsword, the 2 colossal greatswords, and just dual wielding them with like the charm that gives you more jump attack damage. And like bosses start and I just like sprint towards them to try to get 2 jump attacks in, which will actually stagger them before they get to do anything. And sometimes I die because I can't roll very well because I weigh 1,000,000 pounds. But I'm working on it. I got like 50 stamina or something, and so we're working on it. I'm doing this to look cool, not to be good. If I wanted to be good, I would probably just play Magic.
Idiots.
I'd either play Magic or like be almost naked so I can be really fast and then counter stuff and have a shield or whatever. Boring. Anyway, Legion 1620 I think is the big primer. Just killed the second main boss, feeling big, yeah. Dude, that guy is so sick. Are you talking about... Ooh, I'm actually going to avoid spoilers here. Normally I don't, but in an open world game where truly part of the gameplay is actually exploration, instead of just like following a giant arrow on your screen that says like go here to kill 20 chickens and then return to the quest zone, and when you run past like a secret door, your character is like, ooh, I bet there's a secret door there, under their breath. You get up to a puzzle and your little like fucking sidekick is like, I bet you can put those boxes over there. Like a game like that, that's quote unquote open world, there's nothing really to spoil necessarily, but for Elden Ring there kind of is, and so I'm gonna just very much agree with you and say that that's like the coolest boss ever. Ledfoot thinks 100 bits. Sounds like you need to go outside and touch Grace. Goddamn, the first time I got to one of those Grace pods and it's like, press X to touch Grace. I'm like, oh god, it's the touch grass meme. This is perfect. I almost took a screenshot of it. I was so happy about it. I was tickled, to say the least. And then when the first character is like, thou art maidenless, damn. The memes are pretty good, actually. Yeah, we can all have a little bit of a laugh at Ubisoft, but it's not just them. And Ubisoft makes a type of game that a lot of people like. This is just a different one. It was their fuck up to say that FromSoft are like bad developers because they happen to have different ideals and concepts of developing and what they're going towards than Ubisoft does. Ubisoft made the mistake of, this is the way we do it, and it works pretty well for us, and so it is the way to do it. That's where their problem came from. You know, making your UI look like World of Warcraft is super user-friendly, and it allows you to totally shut off your brain and just, like, be Jabba the Hutt in front of your gaming computer and sort of not even think about anything and do stuff. And there's a good place for that if your life is super stressful and you don't want to think for your games, right? And if you're going towards that, it's really good. Should it be everything? No. Do you need to shit on people who are trying to make an quote-unquote old-school style exploration game that isn't trying to hold your hand all the time? Probably not. Throwing stones in glass houses and the rest. How'd you feel about Tyranids joining Age of Sigmar and being a cross-game faction like demons? I couldn't be more against that. Super lazy bum. I couldn't be more against it. For the most part. I don't like Tyranids. I like what they're copied from, which is Alien, which is cool, but I don't much care for the models. Their lore is a little basic. I don't think it fits in the setting at all. And there are Age of Sigmar equivalents that can fall in the same spot story-wise. And I think if you pitched me an insectoid consuming faction in Age of Sigmar, you could do way more interesting than Tyranid, in my opinion. But that's just me, as a person who doesn't much care for 40k or look into it much. So, just my opinion. Mail 200, thanks for the gifter. Did you see the if Ubisoft made Elden Ring tweet? Yeah, that was a response to the Ubisoft devs being kind of dumb. Or publicly irresponsible with their comments, I guess you could say. I'm not trying to like... And we talked about this, I think, on Discord or something. I'm not normally ever trying to personally call some exact person by name out that happens to be a developer or something like that of a game and be like, fuck you, you did a bad job, you know, anything. I think that's very easily toxic. And it has an opportunity to become very toxic immediately when you start doing stuff like that. And it's also kind of wrong. Or at least it could be. Like, let's say a Battletome comes out and it's crap. Like, it's just a bad Battletome, right? You know, whose fault is that? Is that this supposed bin guy, except his real name, whomsoever worked on it, they don't credit them? I say actually no. Even if, let's pretend, and this is almost certainly not the case, let's pretend bin guy is just like, you know, Ernest P. Worrell. Like, he hopelessly inept at his job. Let's pretend. You know, whose fault is it that the Battletome is bad? To answer that question, I would, at least in my old line of work, I would say, or you watch a movie, and this actor is just awful in their part. Can't act, trying to do an accent and failing, like so on and so forth. They kind of ruin the movie. Whose fault is that? Is it the bad actor's fault? Absolutely not. It could be that they're a bad actor, but whose fault is it that the acting isn't good in a movie? It is the director's, because it is the director's direct job to get the best acting out of the actors as possible. And then it's also the producer's job to sign off on everything. It's also the director's job to sign off on everything, to look at it and say, this is good, we're moving on. And so it's the director, depending on who in any particular set, it might be the producer, it might be the executive producers, it might be the studio, whatever, whomsoever is in charge and signs off on it down the line. You know, the buck's got to stop somewhere, and I tend to blame the people in charge. Because the people in charge get to hire and fire, and they get to say what kind of work they want, and they get to look at the, you know, rough draft, the fine cut, the final, you know, and they get to say yes. They have whoever has final cut, right? And so is it bin guy's fault for writing a poor Battletome, or is it bin guy's boss's fault for telling bin guy how to do it and then signing off on it and saying, yep, this is great? Or is it bin guy's boss's fault for coming up with a structure within a company where you basically have two people on a rotation for some reason working on every Battletome? And so I'm not generally in the business of putting blame on the lowliest person who has the least power, who is not paid very well, in a structure that isn't very conducive to doing good work. I would put it to the people in charge. Ahem. Sorry, a little bit of a tangent there. I had to. Let's see, what are the comments we got here before we get on into it? Poll which book first? Poll democracy? I will do it. But remember, this is not a true democracy. It's a representative, right? I'm your representative. And so this poll is just a public opinion poll. I'm seeing which way the wind's blowing, getting a sense of what the people want. And then with my iron fist, I will make the final choice. Don't dox bin guy. Yeah, and it serves no purpose. You're just being mean to a person. Ernest P. Worrell, Electroman. Yeah, Electroman. I watched those movies as a kid. Right up there with Three Stooges for the mid to late 90s. There's no sin guy and bin guy. It turns out that they both just listen to the same team lead and do what they say. Could very well be the case. And actually, my little story here has kind of been, I would think, hinting at such a thing. What if you need to get a mirthless chuckle from your leading man? Well, then you do this. And you do it so wrong that you keep it in because it is amazing. It wasn't what you wanted, but it was amazing. And so you keep it. And you know what? You were right to do it. Predictions for the tome going in? Okay, I can do that. Icarus Potion, and that's an actually good question. I will give you my opinion of the tome, of each tome going into it. The same opinion that I had last week and 2 weeks ago and 3 weeks ago and 4 weeks ago. Because I haven't seen anything. I've seen some people's comments maybe on Twitter, but I haven't looked for them. And so I'll give you the one that I had if you would have asked me a month ago. I think Fyreslayers is going to be largely disappointing, but fine. With hopefully some cool stuff, but you're like, man, I really wish they would have changed more and been more bold about their changes. And same thing with Elden Thiepken. Probably didn't change a lot. Eels are probably just not great anymore. Eels are probably just kind of not great. You don't play eels, probably. Maybe you play the anvil ones, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do to them. But I bet Elden Thiepken is looking stellar. And Fyreslayers is looking a little disappointing. But for either of them, not nearly as many changes as anyone wanted. Like, I bet half of the books are exactly the same. Anyway, that's my guess. Am I wrong? I really hope so. So many non-subs detected. Apologies, Male 200. I was gone for a week. What can you do? Fyreslayers didn't even get new art. That's like a fake outrage thing. If the rules are good, the front cover could be a picture of a butt. Like, it could just be blank. I don't care. It's only something you would complain about, I think, if the book wasn't very good. And then that's just like the cherry on top. You know what I mean?
Bits.
Leadfoot thinks it's 100 bits. SG Arcade thinks it's a tier 1 gifter. Can we get a COS that has an extra 1 and 4 with IDK and Fyreslayers? Yeah. Ordered your 5, start collecting Fyreslayers this weekend, boy. Oh, cool. So could I be wrong about the Fyreslayers book? That's exciting. They do the programming textbook thing and put a picture of a random animal on the cover? Sure, yeah, no problem. A bee. Anyhow, I'm not gonna do the news. Unless you really think I should. Because I feel like all of the real news is in these 2 Battletomes that I'm about to go over. There is some Twitch news, which I'm going to briefly touch on. But there are streamer awards happening. And no, I'm not telling for you to vote for me. Because I don't even think you can. Only streamers of consequence get on this thing. But they start in 5 days. And so I don't know when the voting ends. It might already be ended now that I think about it. I was going to do this last week. But you can vote for your, like, favorite streamer of different categories and stuff, and that was kind of fun. That was kind of a fun one. Oh yeah, you know what? I guess this is news, right? Ahem. Top story tonight. It is the thestreamerawards.com. No spaces, obviously. It's a website. It's just thestreamerawards.com. You watch 3 streamers, Heywoah, Honest Wargamer, and DDR Jake. Alright, fair enough. Any Twitch watchers in the chat? Anyway, you are currently logged in as Hey, first name, Whoa, last name. Nice. We have 34 streamers to go through. Can I vote on these yet or not? Not even AOS Coach. We all voted Amaranth, right? Let's see. Best Battle Royale streamer. I don't watch Battle Royale games. And so I just can't. I can't comment, really. Also, I don't believe I've heard of any of these people. Probably because I don't watch Battle Royale streams. So, I will skip. Best MMORPG streamer, it's Will. Don't know who that is. Rich Campbell, Estvand TV, and Asmon Gold. Dude, there's just 3 OTK members. 3 out of the 4 choices are all part of One True King. Interesting. Obviously, it's Asmon Gold. Rich is like kind of entertaining, pretty degenerate. I like that. Estvand I don't watch too much. He's kind of a big sports guy. I'm not too much into that. I don't know who its Will is. So Asmon, 100%. Destroys everyone else. Best role-playing streamer. Critical Role. This is the Dungeons and Dragons stream thing. Where it's just all professional voice actors in a studio playing Dungeons and Dragons. I have 3 things to say about it. 1, it's kind of cheating to have your Twitch show be like 8 professional voice actors playing D&D in a furnished entire studio, but I guess, fair is fair, right? It's really good for what it is. It makes a shitload of money, and it costs a lot of money to make, and they do a great show. However, I don't like watching other people play Dungeons and Dragons. I like to play Dungeons and Dragons. I don't like to watch people do it. And so you lose to Rafflegator. Get owned. A true degenerate just like me. This guy's just like me. Rafflegator's my vote. Easy. Nap God of Glitter World. Thanks for the tier 1. I appreciate it. And thanks for the emote. They also have, and they have a fully animated TV show with what appears to be pretty good animation. They're fucking big time. They are big time. You did log in? I did log in, yeah. I logged in as first name Hey, last name Whoa up here. I did that. So Asmon, Rafflegator, best FPS streamer. I don't watch a lot of FPS, but I'm old, and so I vote Shroud. And I don't know who any of these other people are. In your IMO, best D&D class. 5th edition D&D, I like Warlock, even though it's kind of weak. And it's way better to just like splash Warlock and multi-class into something else. But I like to go full Warlock, and I think it's really fun to roleplay as and use. I like charisma classes, because then I get to be charismatic in the game. And, like, be able to point at a high charisma on my character sheet and be like, all right, I'm going to talk to this NPC, stuff like that. That's crazy. Heywoah is your name too. Oh, really? Spartacus? Okay. Sometimes you got to give the Warlock the whole ass. Yeah. Next, best Smash Brothers streamer. I'm far too old to watch Smash Brothers. I think I've seen an expo. I haven't clicked on it, but I've seen like an expose on YouTube about how should I put this? Accusations against some of these people. I can't comment. I haven't watched the vids, and I don't much watch Smash. So I don't know who any of these people are, and so I can't say. This just in, Heywoah's favorite EverQuest class is Bard. Wrong. Manzac Miniatures. Bard is super sick in EverQuest 1, obviously, but I wasn't trying to get Carpal Tunnel, and so I never played it. Maidenless, yeah. You like high charisma because you can seduce all the beer wenches. Fair enough. Your mom's name was Heywoah. Interesting. This just in. Sorcerer. Sorcerer is okay. If I'm going to be a spellcaster, I actually like the idea of the wizard, even though he isn't charisma-based. Best chess streamer. Here's what I'll say. Gotham Chess puts in the fucking hustle. He puts in the work, and I really respect that. Botez Live is chess for people who don't actually like chess. And Akanensko, I don't know who that is. However, even though he is kind of a dick, it's GM Hikaru. Because he's just so entertaining. Yeah, when he was younger, he was a huge douchebag and possibly still is. We're talking about streamers here. Feingold's pretty good as well. I like Feingold, Ortorius, because he's just old enough that he doesn't give a fuck anymore. And I appreciate that. In an old guy who's still kind of good. Nakamura Sportsmanship Award, not so much, yeah. Being the best at really fast chess in the world, still probably. Sure. Bullet, but sportsmanship, not so much. He has mellowed out in his age. I'll grant him that. He used to be a downright, like, magic grinder level of dickhead back in the day. But, I mean, who hasn't, right? Best strategy game streamer. I don't watch strategy games. This guy's Toast, I think I saw him on YouTube once or twice, but I didn't much care for it. I've heard the name Box, but I've never watched them. Yep, I don't know who any of these people are. So, alright, moving on. Northern Lion is a strategy streamer. Apparently it means like Dota, StarCraft, Hearthstone, Super Auto Pets. No Artosis? What? Yeah, some of these you will be complaining about there only being 4 up here, or these. Interesting the Dota's in the strategy category when there's probably a MOBA category. I think Dota being here means there just can't be, right? Or maybe it's just a League of Legends category, because let's be honest, one of those things. Best speedrunner. Oh, damn. How far I've fallen. I used to have my finger on the pulse of the speedrunner community for so many years. I mean, I worked for Games Done Quick. Summer Games Done Quick and the normal one for like 5 years. But how far have I fallen? Totally washed up. I don't know any of the modern speedrunners and I don't watch a lot of it anymore. So, how embarrassing. And so I can't really comment on any of these, besides not really liking Small Ant, because I don't really like Pokemon. I'm a big Pokemon guy. Which is just like if you don't like the game someone speedruns, you're probably not going to like them, right? Atrioc does Hitman speedruns. Oh, cool. Oh, okay. You know, I might have seen 1 or 2 of those. I can't just vote without knowing, but... Did he do GDQ? Atrioc? Has he got like a Russian accent? Or I might be thinking of somebody else. Anyway, this is a category that I don't watch so much anymore, although I would like to. Best ASMR streamer. Best pornography. Alright, let's see. As an aside, ASMR didn't used to just mean softcore porn. It actually was a thing. Where it'd be like, you know, here's different types of books in a library that make a certain sort of page noise when they're opening, and it was like a chill thing, but I don't know any of these people except I've heard about Amaranth. I have to give it to Amaranth, I think. Because she's always on the cutting edge of something that the whole community hates, but grudgingly understands is super good for making a shitload of money. And she's always like first to do. She was the first one to do like hot tub streams. She was the first one to do like ear blowjob streams, stuff like that. And so I'm giving the industrialization award to Amaranth here. Always on the cutting edge of stuff that everyone is bitching about as she deposits the money in her bank account. And so who really is losing here? I'm gonna have to give it to Amaranth. Yeah, the Innovator Award. What's a VTuber M12? I don't know, let's see. Streamer who uses a virtual avatar instead of a traditional face cam and provides the most entertaining content. This reminds me of the MMO genre up here, where you have 3 out of the 4 choices are just members of OTK. Down here in the VTuber section, you have 3 members who are just part of VShojo. But also I don't know what that is, and I'm 12. Code Miko gets the Innovator Award for sure. But it's just gonna be mousy. Like there's zero competition. She just did a 31-day like stream, and I think she currently has the most subs of anyone on all of Twitch. Like destroying most subs in history for a female VTuber. She's got the like sob story backstory to her and everything because she's got CVID and bedridden and stuff and made the most out of it. It's the Cinderella story. You simply cannot unseat her. Like, she wins. So there's no point in talking about it further. Although I like Nanners and Vebe. Perfectly fine. Code Miko for the Innovator, but I kind of can't watch her. The cringe stuff, I know it's her bit. Her bit is cringe. But, like, for me, too much cringe and I get, like, truly uncomfortable. And so I gotta, like, leave. Where's HoloLive? On YouTube. So, not really a Twitch thing. Also, man, no Pikami? I guess she's mostly YouTube, and she'd still lose to Mousy anyway. Best music streamer. I don't watch music streamers. I've heard of T-Pain. I've heard of Lily Pichu. I don't know these two people. Is Seth Drums cool? SJ Arcade thinks Seth Drums is cool. Nanners has OG Cloud. For sure, yeah, she's like Gura. Who's got like, 10 years ago she was a meme lord clout, just like Sunzawa. So like that's cool. And I actually particularly like Nanners as well. I mean, who are all these people and what do all those words mean? And also I'm 12. Alright, chat seems to like Seth Drums. I don't watch any of these people, so I can't say. T-Pain has the best intros? Oh shit, okay. Well, I'm a fan of cool intros, so maybe I'll have to check it out. Yeah, T-Pain has been on Twitch for a while, actually. He's been on Twitch for a long time. A lot of fighting game stuff, too. Best IRL streamer. I don't know who these people are. I think Jake and Bake Live won a competition for who was the most attractive male streamer in the entire platform. I think he won. But I don't know a lot about IRL streamers, so I can't really say. Rob City just walks around Tokyo helping drunk people. Oh, really? Okay. So he's like virtual good guy helping people out on the street streaming. That's kind of neat. Best League of Legends streamer. Damn. The only thing worse than League of Legends community is how boring watching the game actually is. God damn. Do I not like League of Legends? It's so boring to watch. I'm old, so I guess I have to give it to Tyler 1 because I respect the hustle. The man has dedication. And a lot of his shtick is an act, and it's a good act. So, I gotta give it to Tyler 1. Emiru, speaking of OGK, good job. Double Lift, one of the originals, cool. Lily Pichu, I don't know much about her, but I've heard of her. It's gotta be Tyler 1. Tyler 1 doesn't have dedication. He has an addiction. He has an addiction to being a tryhard in all manner of life. I don't really watch him because I don't like League, but I gotta give it up. The man is literally insane. Is this your first look into the Battletomes, or did that happen? No, this will be my first look into the Battletomes. Best Minecraft streamer. I like when a streamer I already find entertaining plays Minecraft. I don't much care for, like, bona fide Minecraft streaming. Although it's strange to put Force in there. I don't know any of these people. They all look young. Maybe I'm not the target audience. Although I do know Forsen, because old. Best Valorant streamer. I don't like watching Valorant. So I don't. And I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is. But Pokimane is a smart businesswoman. I respect the hustle. She's like the opposite of Amaranth, except just as successful. Arguably more successful. Well, okay, not even arguably. So once again, the Respect the Hustle award goes to Pokimane, irrespective of category. Best GTA RP streamer. This is a meta that I've totally ignored. I missed this whole thing. Haven't really watched it that much. I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is. XQC Cow is kind of like super annoying to watch. Every once in a while I'm shown footage of XQC being almost a normal person, and I actually like him, but his shtick is too much for me. It's too spastic. His community really likes it though, and something about Saikuno just rubs me the wrong way. I don't know what it is. I can't explain it. I don't know. I don't know what it is. So I guess I'm gonna abstain. I'm gonna recuse myself from that vote. Mail 200, thanks for the gifter. Appreciate it. Best philanthropic streamer. Thanks for the second gifter, by the way. Mail 200. I've heard a lot of people talk about this person. I've never seen their videos. Same with this guy. Yeah, I don't watch philanthropic streaming or YouTubing. I've never seen a Mr. Beast video. I don't... That stuff isn't successful clickbait for me. I have seen this dude with his, like, live streaming, virtual... I don't know what you would call it. Mental health, like, psychology kind of stuff. I'm really... I don't know how to feel about that. I've watched some and he's, like, talking to streamers and they're, like... He's kind of doing, like, a session with them, although it's in public, so I have no idea what the legality of something like that is. It's got to be one of those, like... You know, technically I'm a lawyer, but I'm not giving you legal advice right now. I'm just talking as a citizen. He must be doing something like that. Because you just can't... I don't think you can give someone like a session in front of 30,000 people. It's so... I don't know. I get weird and bad feelings about it, and I don't like it. So I am once again abstain here. True delightful. The only lawyers you like are the ones that can lockpick. Yeah, exactly. Stream game of the year. GTA 5. Don't care. Valorant. Didn't much like it. Minecraft has existed for a really long time. I played it a little bit. I like it. Apex is fun to watch. None of these are very great. I guess I'll give it to Minecraft because I found myself watching some of those because there were people in them that I liked. And even if I like somebody, I can't sit through a Valorant stream or a GTA one or anything like that. Yeah, Twitch therapist, it's so weird. I don't know. It feels like a big conflict of interest, patient privacy, weird, showy. I don't know. I just don't feel right about it. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to take it. Maybe his advice is good. That's cool if so. TTS is Stream Game of the Year, yeah. Best Variety Streamer. Moist Critical. Dump Truck Ass Man. Someone. And the dude I didn't vote for before. I mean, it's fucking Penguin. It's Moist Critical. Strong. No contest. No competition. The white shirt does it. This is what he's been waiting for. Isn't Valkyrie a YouTube streamer now? I have no idea. This is the first time I've seen her name. as a mental health professional and currently being sick, you can think of at least 6 murky areas of a live session in front of essentially, well, not even a studio audience, like live on TV, with 30,000 people interacting with it and stuff. I don't know. Hella weird to me. Best just chatting streamer. This guy's a fucking dickhead, which is the persona that he Twitch acts, and it's funny. So successful. That's the character he plays. I don't often watch him, but once again, OTK. And he does, the Respect the Hustle award goes here easily. Hassan I strongly dislike because Twitch has a new policy that will ban harmful misinformation super spreaders, and that's him. So I don't like that. I don't like that guy. Pay Money Wubby, I don't know who that is, and Bruce Rope him off, I don't know who that is. I gotta go for Mizkif. Best streamed event. ShitCon, The Price is Scuffed, German 985 Dollhouse, and Balloon World Cup. 4 things I have not watched. I guess I recuse myself from this. Yep, alright. 4 things I have not watched. Chat is telling me the German Dollhouse was great, though. And The Price is Scuffed was good? Okay. Actually, Tarkin Rex, you bring up a great point. How is Games Done Quick not on there? It's the world's largest charity for Médecins Sans Frontières. Every year. It's humongous. It's so successful. I don't know. Maybe the viewership is down or something. I'm not sure. But yeah, that is a good point. CJ Busta, thanks for the 5 tier 1 gifters. I appreciate it. You hate Hassan because you don't like streaming politics on Twitch in general. I kind of don't in general either. Mostly because as a platform, it tends to lend itself to grifter with a agenda he thinks he can get an audience for. And I'm not talking about Hassan here. I'm just saying, in general, the level of political discourse on Twitch is like, let's get people on a panel that yell at each other for everyone's amusement, but gets nowhere. Some grifter on either the right or the left just only reading a headline and then reacting to it as if it was true, even though it's breaking news. Being wrong about, like, toxically, violently wrong about half of their takes, but never going back and checking them. Never looking anything up. Not caring to get anything correct. They just kind of, like, spew their talking points and eat Cheerios and stuff. Poisoning the well, I think. It's gross. And as much as I don't really care for debate bros, the debate bros are actually the better of the 2 categories. Because at least one in every 4 debate bros may actually care about what happens to be the case. It just doesn't seem to be that for other people. And once again, this isn't like Hassan, I'm just talking about like the level of Twitch politics. It's just kind of like find your bubble and then get things you agreed with screamed at you, regardless of whether it's the case or not. That being said, aside from his obsession with wrestling and the panel stuff, which is super cringe, I like Dylan Burns, I suppose, because he actually knows what he's talking about politically. If he ever, every other show when he gets to it, but he also does the super screamo match stuff, which I mostly tune out for. But anyway. Are we talking about Hassan? He was up here, but it became a discussion more about the nature of politics on Twitch. This isn't like shitting on Hassan here. It's kind of in poor taste, I think, to like directly do that as a streamer. Best content organization, 100 Thieves, big name, by the way. One True King, which has more than one member, and so I have to dock them some points here. If you're a gaming organization, and you're called One True King, and you have 4 equals that are all in charge of it, I don't know. Should it be called 4 True Kings? Asking the real questions. It's a backronym, yeah. It's a non-bow acronym. Offline TV. God, no. And NRG, no thanks. It's got to be OTK, I think. Just because I like the people in it. And they're trying to do the variety show thing, which sometimes works. And even though they're all like humongously rich and stuff, they actually feel like the underdogs, which I think is them doing that on purpose. They're not dumb. You bought my vote. You got it. Would have Wint had to it? I don't know who Wint is, sorry. Dylan has a degree in international politics, so at least he mostly knows what he's talking. Yes, he mostly knows what he's talking about, and he's been a part of real campaigns in real life before. And those two things, having a degree in anything even close to what it is they're talking about, and having ever participated in anything like a campaign, puts him above every other political streamer, basically. All but like 2 on the entire platform. And he seems to actually believe what he says, and it's not just a grift, which puts him above probably almost everyone. Anyone you've heard of, for sure. And so I don't mind him. Snitbag, thanks for the tier 1. 14 years, thanks a lot. Rising Star Award, Literal Who Award. I don't know these people. Honestly, good for them. It's what I'm trying to do, you know? I can't make fun of them because it's called a Rising Star Award. I'm not supposed to know who they are. I'm too small to even, you know, I'm basically too small to make this joke now that I think about it. All right, joke rescinded. But I don't know who these people are. In a league of their own. Streamer is a pioneer that creates one-of-a-kind content. With their creativity and out-of-the-box thinking, they are a trailblazer in the streaming industry. Where's Amaranth? She belongs here. Truly. A lot of people like this guy. I've never seen anything about him. I don't know who these two people are. Kit Boga. Is this the dude who, like, does prank calls to, like, Indian scam artists trying to call you up and steal your financial information? It's a cool bit. It's probably not real, but I think it's a very interesting idea for content. And so I'm going to give it to him. And also, he's the only person I've seen even 1 second of. But I don't watch him a lot. I think I just watched like 1 video. Kit Boga's the scammer. I think that's pretty ingenious. It's probably not real, but awesome bit for sure. Where's the best wargamer category? You know, the largest Warhammer or the largest wargamer channel at any one time is like Honest Wargamer whenever they're streaming, someone from YouTube who's painting miniatures like Miniac, or me with 99 viewers. So it's the category itself is basically non-existent. Man, I should have chose a real popular category, huh? Oh well, yeah, you gotta stream what you like. Legacy Award, Summit 1G. All right, good one. Pokimane. Man, I feel like she's still new, but maybe that's just me being old. Soda Poppin's on the list, so he wins. And Scar. All right, yeah, it's Soda. Obviously, it's Soda for Legacy Award. No question. Gamer of the Year. None of the above. Truly. But I don't know who these people are, and I'm old, so I guess Shroud. Headshot. The best overall streamer for the past year. Wait a minute, what? Gamer of the Year. So Gamer of the Year, person who plays video games. Streamer of the year. Truthfully, it's Mouse. Destroys these people, and statistically destroyed them this year. If we're going purely by a numbers game, it's still XQC. If we're going by who has the hugest, cakiest ass, it is Ludwig for sure. If we're going by mover and shaker, getting his spider claws into everything, it's Mizkif. And if we're going for person does Among Us and stuff, it's Psychono. So I guess I don't actually care enough to vote on any of these. I think probably XQC just because numbers wise he's been the top. Special award to Mizkif maybe. Mac what will the peak number of concurrent viewers for the streamer award be? I don't care. Smooth production. Will the streamer award run smoothly? Probably not. Sponsors. How many sponsors will the stream awards have? I don't know. Will it be on time? What is all this shit? Prime shoutouts? Award? I don't care about this stuff. Enter the number of maximum concurrent viewers. And alright, I don't care about any of that stuff, and I'll move this over here and submit. Alright. Will we be incompetent? LOL. It's kind of how it read to me. But alright, fair enough. And then Twitch has a new policy that will ban harmful misinformation super spreaders. I can't say how much I like this. I've always wanted something like this. I considered harmful misinformation super spreaders in general in society, and not just the media. The media that doesn't call themselves media because they're trying to position themselves as the anti-establishment media, but they just are. They're just tricking people, right? I strongly dislike that. I really very much do, and so I appreciate this. If you read it up on it, it's almost impossible for you to get kicked off of Twitch for this. It's not just like lying about stuff. It's not just being a grifter who doesn't believe what they say and making shit up. It doesn't just mean getting some story humongously wrong so that your entire fan base shits on someone and gets them banned from Twitter or swatted or something based on a lie. It doesn't mean any of that stuff. Because you can do that like once or twice, and by the letter of the rule, you're still not God. It's like consistent, repeated spreading harmful misinformation. This is like people who made it their content style to just do COVID misinformation for 2 years, you know, and things of that nature. Which, good, fuck them. Be correct. And if you're going to come up with stupid conspiracy theories, at least have them be harmless, like we didn't land on the moon, or funny, like Elvis is still alive, instead of ones that like actually contribute to getting people killed. Who is making the call on what's deemed harmful or not? Probably whatever group within Twitch is deciding that. I don't know. Like Joe Rogan with ivermectin and stuff. The ivermectin thing was weird because that was like, so like vaccines are preventative, and ivermectin was supposedly a treatment, even though it was never proven to be a treatment, which was the weird part. They seemed like they were getting ahead of themselves. Like, you know, run some double-blind tests, do a study, and then pawn your stuff, right? Conspiracy theory, Elvis is still alive? What do you mean? Yeah, he would be pretty old by now. But mod tribes are good, especially lead belchers. Yeah, trust. things people disagree with equals harmful misinformation. If that is true, that would be bad. But I guess we'll just have to see if that's true, right? The biggest ivermectin case study was fraudulent. I know, I looked into it. Conspiracies used to be fun and kind of racist instead of dangerous and very racist. Yeah. Or like the 5G stuff. That was kind of weird, right? Yeah, Dr. Dead. The thing the news fucked up about that, and this is something the news often fucks up, is they are correct. But then they say shit that they don't need to, that isn't, while talking about how right they are. And this allows people to be like, hey, you said this thing, and that's not really true. So now I'm not going to trust anything you say. Like the horse thing. Whether or not it's for horses is just the dosage, right? So when you already are right, like you have correctness on your side, why the fuck are you making stuff up? You're creating enemies out of nowhere from normal people. I hate when people do this. I hate it the most from people whose opinions I agree with on politics, right? Because it poisons the well. It's creating enemies out of what would just be people who could just agree with you. Like, must you... Like, you have the good luck of being on the side that is correct. Why would you want to ruin it for yourself? You know? Anyway. Could it be time, though? We must always slam dunk for no gain. Slam dunking is fun, don't get me wrong. Let's tome it up. Mail 200 thanks to the gifter. Can you even believe how professional this shit is? Fyreslayers 3.0. Idnet Deepkin 3.0. Courtesy SG Arcade. And the big flats. Giga Chad content engine. Now, which one shall we do first? This is where our representative democracy comes into play. Although this is only a public opinion poll. Which one first? IDK. Fire. 2-minute duration. Start poll. Vote now on your phones.
And we take a look at the tail of the tape.
Some of them may be involved with exotic stuff like dark matter.
An ABC News brief brought to you by Michelob Light Beer. Now from Washington, Sandra Van Oker.
Now from Washington, Sandra Van Oger. Slayers win in a landslide. Destroyed. I bet everybody is talking about Idnet Deepkin. Because they're a popular army. And Fyreslayers are very underrepresented, and they always have been. Even when they were really good. Which was in 1st edition and in 2nd edition. Fyreslayers were, I would actually say, stellar. Like, powerful tier if I was doing a every army thing. But hardly anyone played them. And so we're doing Fyreslayers first. I don't need to follow these votes, because beforehand I made sure to point out that this is a public opinion poll, but sometimes you give the people what they want. Feeling symmetrical today, yeah. Penny Dude, hero of the Giga Union, found these scans. Nice, alright. Data mined by Penny Dude. We cite our sources here. Constructed by Gigamine Master General SJ Arcade of the Gigabrain content engine of the Discord. Discord.gg/Heywoah. Alright. And with that being said, let's get right into it. Anyway, just got here. Did you miss anything? Good meme, Philosophnot. I appreciate it. 5 out of 7, but no. You did not. Vitruvian Man, the book. Yeah, there you go. Alright, let's do it. Battle traits and olds. Bring up a little notes document here. Enhance. Alright. Got my notes ready. Got Fyreslayers ready. Shall I bring up the old Battletome just to contrast and compare, or are we going in fresh? Are we pretending we don't know? I might just open it up. No harm. No harm in opening it up unless everything crashes. Alright, some of you might think that this is a picture of the new Battletome, but it is not. It is a picture of the old Battletome. It just has the same dude on the cover. Because why get new art for the 3rd edition tome, right? Too hard. That costs money. Tapes at the ready? Yeah, we got our tapes ready to check. Dark mode nodes? Oh, of course. Of course, yes. Have it open? Yeah, just in case we need to check the tapes. Can't change the cover art for the tome because the dwarf didn't die yet. True, yeah. He kept passing his 4 up. Or the best joke that I found was, I think it was Azir Herald, the Twitter account that does like the Onion news for Warhammer. And they were like, it actually is different cover art. It's just no one can tell the difference between any Fyreslayers because they all look the same. But it actually is new art. So that was a good one. Probably the best joke I saw about it, to be honest. All right. Lozenges. You can pick one of the following sub-factions in your army core rules. All Fyreslayers units in your army gain the keyword. Okay, so we got Volstarg, Grey-Feared, Herder, and Loafweir. Nice, okay. We got 4 to choose from. You know barely anything, so maybe we can just pretend to. Yeah, let's pretend to. Fierce counterattack. You can use command ability start of the enemy combat phase. Unit that receives the command must be an Orc Hearthguard, Hearthguard Berserkers, or Volkite Berserkers unit that is within 3. So, Orc Hearthguard, which are the shoot ones. Hearthguard Berserkers, which conceivably are still the super defense ones with the 4-up ward. Well, okay, 5-up ward, or whoever knows what's happening with it. Or Volkite Berserkers, which are the bad ones. They used to be good in 1st edition. Then they got bad and never got better. Hopefully they're good in this book. Unit within 3 of an enemy unit that made a charge move in the same turn. The enemy unit must be the one to have made the charge, by the way, as I read this. I think that's their nomenclature. The enemy unit must be the one to have charged you. Also, the thing's called a counterattack, so I'm using context clues here. In the same turn, the strike first effect applies. Oh, we actually call it strike first now. Strike hyphen first. Instead of attack at the beginning of the combat phase. To that unit, until the end of the phase, a unit cannot receive this command more than once per battle. Oh, once per battle, huh? Okay. So we have like a little marker on it that says it's got the Bloodlust debuff or something like that. Unit receives it. Okay. You don't need a hero, so a unit champion can use this. This is really strong. Because if you get got, you get to attack first, as long as they don't, roar you. And I'm guessing an army like this is going to be in Hunters of the Heartlands 100% of the time. Although we'll see what happens with the new GHB. This is really good. Even though you can never bring it to your opponent, and so it's like weaker than an offensive strikes first, right? And that's a big downside, right? But the opponent has to attack you eventually, especially if you oblige them to by being on an objective or something like that. So this is really strong, potentially, depending on what you can put it on. Grimwrath Oaths. Before battle, each Grimwrath Berserker swears a sacred oath. Oh, so instead of having a Grimwrath Berserker, instead of putting this on the War Scroll, they just put it in battle traits instead? Is this like double spacing your essay in college to try to make it appear longer by putting things that are just War Scroll abilities in the battle traits section in an effort to keep the War Scroll cards small, maybe? Okay, well, all right. Maybe perhaps we'll play with Grimwrath Berserkers. No problem. Come at me, bro. The rule, yeah. T-pose countercharge. It's only once a game. It's only on your battle line, guys. You have to have been charged. I think there's a decent amount of downsides to it. It's a far cry from the grizzle gore of 2nd edition, where you'd always struck first, just period. And against a pure melee army that actually had no counterplay and would just lose to it. Unless they had a very, very exact, like, weird pile-in kind of thing going on. At the start of the first battle round, you can pick one of the following oaths. For each to swear. The rule for the oath applies until the end of the battle. If your army includes more than one, you cannot pick the same oath more than once. Okay. Yeah, once per game per unit. Very important, Tyrant Keeper. I will cut down the priests. So, if the target is a priest that does not have the Fyreslayer keyword, add 1 to hit rolls and wound rolls for attacks made by this unit. Add 1 to the damage inflicted by each of those attacks, if they're successful. And you name this at the start of the first battle round, not before the battle. So cool, that's good. If you had to, like, write it down on your army list, that would suck. Because then it's just silver bullet guesswork. But the fact that you do it at the start of the first battle round is sick, because you can tailor it to what your opponent is playing. I wish there was more of this stuff in the game. I actually wish there was a lot more of this stuff in the game. That you choose when you're deploying it, or you choose at the start of the battle or something. Because I think if they double downed on stuff like that, it would reduce the harsh rock, paper, scissors of the game, perhaps. And I think there shouldn't be a harsh rock, paper, scissors in a game that takes 25 minutes to set up a game. Anyway, something like this is pretty minor. Like, this dude attacks priests. Like, who cares? Instead of picking one friendly Orc Hearthguard or Hearthguard Berserker's unit on the battlefield to be the retinue of a Rune Father, or you can pick this to be... Oh, okay, so you can get a retinue for him. Can run and still charge. In addition, can reroll run rolls and charge rolls. Oh, damn, okay. So he's delivery man. 4-inch move never looked so good when you can run and charge and reroll run and reroll charge. Add 1 to hit rolls and wound rolls for attacks made by this unit if it is within 12 inches of any friendly allied units. If you're playing with allies, this guy gets better. Weird, okay. Yeah, Grimwrath are neat because they are heroes but not leaders. That's how they used to work. I'm assuming they're still like that. They don't take up leader slots, but they do count as heroes, which is cool. So you can, I guess, technically run like 10 Grimwrath Berserkers just running all over the place, and none of them count as leaders. It has a ward of 6 up. If it is within 3 of enemy units, it has a ward of 5 up instead. Okay. If the unmodified hit roll for an attack made by this unit is 6, the attack causes 1 mortal wound to the target in addition. Okay. Skipping ahead, I'm looking at the Grimwrath Berserker's War Scroll to see if all of these buffs matter, or if it's just like some fucking foot hero with 6 attacks or something that is totally irrelevant. Fulgrimnir. Alright, I'm skipping ahead. Because I want to see if this ability is good or not. Here we go. 6 wounds, 4 up save, 4-inch move. He's got throwing axes. He has 1 throwing axe attack on 4s and 4s, so he basically doesn't. 4 attacks, 3s and 3s, neg 2, 2. And if you get some of these, he's on like 2s and 2s. At the end of the combat phase, if this unit is within 3 and has fought no more than once, roll die and a 2 up. Okay, so it's like he kind of almost has 8 attacks. He kind of almost has 8 attacks because he gets the pile in twice. Now he kind of doesn't because it's not immediate. They get to swing in between. You might not roll the 2 up, but quick mental math, I'm just pretending that he has 8. If this unit is destroyed and has fought no more than once, he can fight before it's... Oh, cool. So you can't rob him of his victory. Yeah, he also fights when he dies. Okay. Cool. So let's pretend he's on 2s and 2s. Like, he's fighting exactly what you want him to fight. Which means that out of 4 attacks, he's probably having you roll 3 armor saves. Which you fail between either 2 of or 1 of. Possibly all of them. And so he'll do like, I don't know. What's this guy's average damage per pile-in? Like 4 probably. I would imagine something like 4 is maybe the most likely outcome per pile-in. If he costs... No, it's not really about costs. Because what he does is he's here for damage. He rerolls runs and charges, and he can run and charge, which means he's faster than he looks, but he's still kind of slow. 50 maybe? You would just want a hero that has synergy instead. This box can be moved. Move to reveal points. Oh, damn. We got a mini game?
Pop. Yeah.
Okay. A little move the box mini game. Cool. Old points 105, new points 105. Hard pass. Hard pass on this guy. Unfortunately, it's not really their fault. Unless they're trying to fix the game or something like that. But the problem is that foot heroes come in 2 varieties. Foot heroes that give you synergies and trash. Those are the 2 types of foot heroes. You either give synergies to the army or you are actual trash. And so one of the subcategories of actual trash is thing they think should do damage for some reason. What's Sigvald? He is a foot hero duelist that's almost worth it. Like, he's very almost worth it. And in fact, if I was playing a Slaanesh army, and I have a Slaanesh army list that I have done up already in preparation for the next TTS show, where I will be playing Slaanesh, I'm playing Sigvald in it. Because I was about to talk about the, honestly, 2 counterexamples ever, I think, to that hard and fast rule of either you give synergies or you're trash as a foot hero. And Sigvald is closing in on being an exception to that. Eltharion would be if there was ever any room to play him in a Lumineth list, which there is not ever, because there is no fun allowed when building LRL, because you don't have the points to have fun, sadly. But if you did, Eltharion would be in that camp as well. And Godric doesn't count as a foot hero because he costs like 300 points. He's a monster who happens to have a small base, and I consider him something different entirely. Don't let the small base fool you. He is a monster. Hotspur, thanks for the tier 1, by the way. Appreciate it. PowerPoint looking good. Thank SJ Arcade for that one. all chaps are assless. True. But the thing about that, G-Dead, you are right. All chaps are assless by category. But those chaps don't want you to ever forget it. And so they're called assless chaps. Yeah, Gotrek is like Scarbrand, who can't be killed. And costs as much. He just has a smaller base, that's all. And so I hardly even consider him a foot hero. He just looks like a foot hero. Although I say he can't be killed, of course he can. If you're playing a good army, you can kill Gotrek easily. I just can't because of playing Beastclaw. And the way I kill stuff is by swinging with, like, damage 5 Stonehorns, right? And when you reduce all damage incoming to 1, it just means you got me. Sometimes you got me. And on that one, they do. Very doable, and I think the majority of competitive armies. Just not mine, that's all. Yeah, as rivals, yeah. Anyway, back to the battle traits. So, do nothing foot hero guy, doesn't do enough damage. He's pretty cheap, I guess, but the way to make him cool wasn't to make him cheap and not good. It was to give him a war scroll that was powerful enough to actually compete with synergy. Unless you just don't want foot heroes to have any use. Like, there's two choices here. Either foot heroes that are supposed to do damage with no synergy are just, like, intentionally useless. And I can only assume they're doing it on purpose because it's always been this way. And I don't see any, like, great struggle to change that. And so they must be happy where it is, which I think is a shame because I don't like it. I'd rather the foot heroes meant for combat do something. There should be a reason to take them. A lot of them look really cool, I think. And the idea of it is great. That's what fantasy's all about, right? You have Gandalf dual-wielding a great staff and a sword, you know, and all these hero characters. Maybe some of them are wizards and some of them are synergy generals, but some of them are just for damage, and those guys just don't bring anything to the table. The way that people actually play the game, and the way the rules of the game oblige us to play. The rules of the game are like bumper bowling. They're railroading us to making certain decisions. And so you could either make the combat profile of foot heroes with no synergy that are supposed to fight be so absurd for their points that you actually would play them instead of have Mystic Shield in your army at all. Like, imagine how good your combat profile would have to be at 120 points for a foot hero to not have access to Mystic Shield in your army, period. Like, who's making that choice, right? And so you could say, this is like a counterexample, the amount of combat proficiency a foot hero would have to do for such a low cost would be so absurd to take it over some Mystic Shield in your army at all kind of thing, that it would be way too strong and kind of break the game. But I think that's actually telling about how strong synergies are in the game, is my counterfactual. It's like, if you have to make a combat hero ludicrously strong, like soloing monsters powerful to get people to ever take them, instead of like Mystic Shield or Curse or access to your teleport spell in your spell lore, or unlocking Battle Line and doing a command ability for free every turn, to get him to compete with that, well, then it kind of says something about how overpowered all that stuff is, doesn't it? In a manner, right? Anyway, or you could like have some rule in the game where a melee foot duelist guy has like a game rule where they do something. Like, if, you know, oh, when these two units fight, like if you have a special hero guy, he gets to do something special in the core rules. Like, oh, this is a type of thing that does something, which is kind of cheating because that's giving him synergy in all but name. But when has game development not been just cheating, right? This is exception-based design. The whole point of exception-based design is you come up with a rule like you have to move over stuff, and then you come up with a rule called flying, and it means you get to ignore that. So, fair enough. Or would something like Knight and Cantor like trash except for one borderline auto-take rule? Yeah, so Knight and Cantor is... it's a wizard that gives you Mystic Shield, and once per turn you get to auto-dispel your opponent's linchpin I win the game on turn 1 thing that you have to say no to or you'll lose. It's not exactly like that, but often it feels like that. And so Knight and Cantor is kind of an auto-include because of that, at least in Stormcast. Kind of an auto-include. Because it's your wizard, first of all, and so you can cast Mystic Shield, you can unbind opponent teleports or Mystic Shields or something, and once a game, you get to auto-stop Teclis from giving a 5-up ward to the entire army, or, Slaves to Darkness from teleporting something across the battlefield, or whatever, right? And so Knight and Cantor has giga synergy, because not only is it a wizard, which is just better than not being a wizard, but it also has, like, auto-unbind, super power, like, Spike-likes ability on there. Would it break the game if Grimwrath shared its oath with battle line units? Then it would just be a buff that we would analyze as any other buff, right? He would just be a synergy guy. And we'd be like, okay, so he gives this buff to this unit, and then we compare and contrast that with the other buffs you have, and then he's just another buff thing. Doesn't mean he's not interesting. It could be cool, but it's essentially saying, okay, well, instead of B for combat, because that's never good, we'll just give him synergy with it in a different way. Out of all these, I suppose, let's see. Best one is, I guess you're hoping for a priest, because add 1 to damage and 1 to hit rolls and wound, like, this is... He fucks priests up, that's for sure. There currently isn't an army where, like, everything is a priest. In the same way that, like, a lot of stuff is wizards in Tzeentch and a lot of stuff is wizards in Lumineth. But if there were, oh boy. Boy, have we found the scissors to that paper. When they come up with some destruction army where even their battle line has keyword priest or something, and then you roll up against Fyreslayers and they have 5 Grimwrath Berserkers all on... Oh no, never mind. You can't choose the same oath. Fun detected. Never mind. That one dude would actually do some sick damage then, actually. Alright, I almost got excited. But now I'm not. So Fierce Counterattack is good. Fierce is strong, but passive-ish because you can go to a place where they have to attack you like an objective, but it is strong. It is strong and it is good. Grimwrath, sad Berserker. So this ability is sick. Grimwrath 1, I sleep, and it probably should just be on his War Scroll. Why are there so few priests in Chaos? That is a great question, CGO Busto. The entire point of Chaos is that they all worship, So you'd think there'd be more priests. Urgold Runes in Battle of Fyreslayers. Urgold Runes are awakened. Fling them with the blazing power of Grimnire. Started the hero phase, you can activate one of the following 6 runes of gold. To do so, state which rune will be activated and make an activation roll. On a 1 through 5, the standard effect applies, and on a 6, some enhanced effect also applies. And this lasts until the start of your next hero phase, and it's army-wide. This is a big... So, like, on a 6... So, I hope the, like, enhanced effects aren't too nuts. Where it's just like, alright, I have a... I have a 1 in 6 chance to just have some absurdly overpowered thing happen. The hobbies might be correct. I was trying to think about it while I was talking about Urgold runes. I think there might be actual 0 priests in death besides Nagash himself. I think Nagash has the priest keyword, but no, actually he doesn't. Each Urgold rune can only be activated once per battle, and no more than one can be activated at the same time. Once you've used one, you can choose a new one to activate in your next hero phase, but you cannot activate the same one again. Yeah, he used to have the priest keyword, but he lost it. He no longer has it. Rune of Fury. Add 1 to hit rolls for attacks made with melee weapons by friendly Fyreslayer units. So, essentially a free command ability that's army-wide for the whole turn. That's good. I don't know how many combats you're exactly going to be in, but it's good. Reroll hit rolls a 1, and add 1 to the... Okay. And the enhanced is add 1 to the attack's characteristic. That's really strong. Unfortunately, it only works on a 6. Is there a way to, like, auto blaze these runes? I guess I'm asking ahead for people who have looked. Like, is there like fun mechanics in here? Like build around me is anything for Johnny. Some fun thing where it's like, if you do something, you can activate the same rune again. Or if you satisfy some condition, you auto burn the next. The next one's like an auto 6 or something like that. If so, this could be super fun. Otherwise, alright. The new hero has a heroic action. Sweet. Oh, cool. I was hoping they would add something like that. And I'm desperate for Johnny to get anything in this game. And so I appreciate them doing that. Rune of Farsight. Add 1 to hit rolls for attacks made with throwing axes. Add 1 to wound rolls for... Throwing... Are these those shits that are like 4s and 4s with 1 attack a model? On elite troops? So many fucking heroes, Jesus Christ. 4 and 4s, no Ren. Awesome. Well, no, actually, you have Auric Hearthguard, right? These are your actual ranged guys. So, like, you get +1 with the Magma Pike shoots? Or does it specifically say? Does it specifically say the stupid throwing axes instead of ranged? Because the first one said all melee. And so I'm assuming the next one is all ranged. No, it's just the stupid fucking axes. To live is to suffer.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer. Every night.
Every night. I can... Yeah, that's... I don't know. You're super elite, like 1 shot per dude, 4s and 4s, no Ren. Why exist? What is my purpose? Anyway, Rune of Searing... So we're never using this, that's for fucking sure. Rune of Searing Heat. If the unmodified wound roll for an attack made by a friendly Fyreslayers unit is 6, it causes 1 mortal wound in addition. Okay. So procs... 6 is proc mortal wound. Oh, but it's to wound rolls instead of hit rolls. It's like not that great. It's about as good as a disease point. Ish. Depending on how many are incoming, it might be better than disease. It might be worse than disease. But it's about that good. Enhanced effect. Roll a die for each enemy unit within 3 of any friendly Fyreslayer units. On a 2-up, the enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound. How is this an enhanced effect? Bro, this enhanced effect here is add 1 attacks characteristic of melee weapons for your whole army. Right? And +1 attacks characteristic is better than +1 hit rolls. And this shit is 1 mortal wound. Could you just not think of an enhanced effect that was cool enough for this one? On a 2-up, 1 mortal wound per unit. Amazing. Yeah, you do get both effects. It's true. And so you can't make these too good, I guess. Anyway, 6 to wound proc immortal is okay, I guess. Improve rend by 1, sick. Alright, that's great. Enhanced effect, improve rend characteristic by a further 1, by an additional 1. Or I suppose a subtractional 1, depending on how you're talking about applying it. This is sick. It's basically this one, though. So we have, like, do more damage in combat, number 1. And then we have do more damage in combat, number 2. And then we have do more damage in combat, number 3. So you have 3 that are essentially kind of doing the same thing. But I suppose you want multiple turns of doing bonus melee damage, so it's fair enough that they're stepping on each other's toes a little bit. Oh, here we go. No, this is a little different. Rune of Searing Heat, it does not say melee. I checked the tapes. Awakened Steel and Rune of Fury both say melee. This one does not. So Rune of Searing Heat is what you use on your like magma pike guys to try to like do damage for ranged. Okay, that's the difference here. That's fair. Because then we just have 2 really good melee ones and an okay one, but it's on ranged, which just makes it better because ranged is just better than melee. So fair enough. The enhanced effect is, you know, I'm laughing, but it's fine. If I had to choose between the enhanced effect being the only good part of it, or the standard effect being the only good part of it, I guess I would choose the standard effect, because that's the one you always get. So if there has to be a boring, stupid one, at least it's the one that never happens anyway. Rune of Fiery Determination. Friendly Fyreslayer units have a ward of 6 up. Damn, does this mean they got rid of all your wards, and you only get it through this? Once per game. Once per game, 6 up ward. And maybe a 5 up, which is twice as good. If you happen to roll that 6. Shit. Okay. Man, does this mean there's no more wards on your dudes? They're gonna have to bulk those dudes up. Yeesh. Man, I really thought they were gonna give your army a 6 up ward across the board. I really thought they were gonna like have it just be a roll where your army has a 6 up ward and then you blaze the rune to make it a 5. But it seems like it's once a game 6 up. Damn. Okay. I'm looking forward to some big beef on these war scrolls. Oh, they didn't remove it? The Hearthguards still keep it? And the Battlesmiths still... Okay. I thought to me this said that... To me this speaks to me that it's like they got rid of it. But I guess they're just giving you a different way of getting it on different guys. Okay. Okay. Every door slam, you're worried someone is in your house or in Heywoah's house. There is a hallway outside my door because I live in an apartment. An apartment log cabin on top of a mountain in Madison. Yeah, Battlesmith used to give +1 to save. And Hearthguard Berserkers used to just chill on a 4-up if a hero was nearby. And then the rune of 6-inch move. And the enhanced effect is good. +2 to charge is strong. So 1 turn. I'm guessing the first turn, probably. But maybe not always. Your dudes are as fast as elves. They got the old 6-inch move. Alright. Cool. Is that what you used to do? Yep. Alright, there used to be a +1 to bravery one, so look, that's an improvement. Fiery Determination is a ward now. It used to be add 1 to bravery, so hey, look, This is an improvement. Cool. Oh, Rune Searing Heat is unchanged from the previous one. Huh. Man, I'm looking at this enhanced effect and I'm like, you didn't think that this could get juiced up a little bit? Anyway. Oh, and you had +1 to hit rolls. Oh, this one is unchanged too. Man, I would have zeroed in on this and like, what are we doing with these throwing axes? Let's try to work through this. Let's figure something out. But, I don't know. Alright, so... Alright. Okay. One of them is new. Prepare for a lot of reprint. Each book, fair warning. God damn, that's disappointing. That is very disappointing to hear.
The windup in his first offering. Just a bit outside. He tried the corner and missed.
I'm fast as fuck, boy. Yeah. You guys have no idea how fucking fast I really am. Alright, new heroic action. Blase of Furry. Start of your hero phase, you can carry out this hero action with a Fyreslayers hero. Not leader, but hero. Heroic action, Blase of Fury. Pick one Fyreslayers until the end of your next turn. Enhanced effect of the Gold rune that is activated in this hero phase applies to the hero regardless. No! Oh, no, I'm so sad. Oh, I'm so sad.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
Oh.
Every night.
It got me. They had me in the first half, I'm not gonna lie. My eyes could see the coming of the glory of the Lord. The coming of the glory of the Lord. And then they snatched it away from me. The Lord giveth, and the Lord taketh away. It only works for the stupid fucking hero that's not going to be in combat, and god damn, tragic. Oh, this was almost so sick. This was almost so sick. Could it at least be like, you pick a unit that the 6 applies for, you know? Must it just be the hero? Like, let's say, pretend you're concerned about Fyreslayers being overpowered, and you don't want to just, like, auto 6 every blazed rune. Because, you know, I would very well listen to that argument. You know, you're sitting at the table, all 2 people working on the Battletome are talking to each other with their little notebooks, and they're like, I think if we make a hero action that lets you auto blaze the rune on a 6, what does that do? Well, it essentially means that that's the only hero action you ever use, and every time you use a hero action, it's simply always a 6. Period. That's just what it is. And so they're just always going to have their enhanced effect for everything the whole game, unless they run out of heroes or something like that. And actually, fair enough, that could be fun. That's one of those, like, the player gets to feel cool that they're discovering this little combo, but it's, of course, on purpose, and they balanced it on purpose to do that, right? But maybe army-wide is too strong. So what about, like, pick one unit, even a unit near the hero. Like, let's say it's a unit wholly within 12 of the hero that's using the heroic action. Maybe there's a hero or a command trait or an artifact or something that lets you choose D3 or something, and now you're paying a cost for it. Damn, what a miss. What a swing and a miss. Oh, I'm sad. Almost did something cool. Rough. That's a rough one. Okay. Well, command traits. Rune Father and Rune Son. Inheritance of Grimnir. So these are command traits. Add 1 to charge rolls, friendly Fyreslayer units wholly within 18 of the general. That's a big range. Wholly within 18 is big. I'm very happy to see that. Please have this be a precedent for this book. Because my complaint with Fyreslayers previously was Their buff ranges were tediously small, and so playing them was actually kind of annoying. And very often you couldn't charge or anything, which wasn't fun to play, really. Camigeo, but obviously if they take the heroic action, there's no extra command ability, no finest hour, it balances. Yeah, it does balance out. There is a cost you're paying. You are paying an opportunity cost, and you could say that the extra command ability isn't really a big deal, and I would agree with you. It's not like a huge cost. And neither is heroic healing. But no finest hour on the turn that they bring it down on your general, or choose a battle tactic that says, I'm going to kill this, whatever. That is a big cost. You're paying a decent cost there. So maybe it was fine. I don't know. Anyway. Probably not taking it. Blood of the Berserker. Wins per battle in the combat phase. After the general is fought for the first time, you can say that they will go berserk. Oh shit, I like it already. I'm okay with the once per battle if they're going berserk after they have fought once. If you do, the general can fight a second time. The strike last effect applies to the general when they fight for the second time. Aw. It's once per battle. Let me double pile. Let's do it. Come on. So if they're on a Magmadroth, and Magmadroths are good now, this was almost really good, but the fact that it's strike last, I'm not sure if I like it. This is like a maybe. This is a maybe. Yeah, you're like the most cautious berserker in the world. You are fuming, incandescent with rage. You're like a bull. Everything you're looking at, it's just got that red all over it, and there's just shapes. You don't know who's your friend or who's your enemy. Frothing, bloodthirsty, frenzied berserker. Dutifully waiting, and then you get like in line at the bank, and you're just chilling. Or one of those Japanese queues, where they just put their shoes in the line, and then they're sitting on the bench, reading A Maiden's Fancy, turning the page. Oh, it's the end of combat? Is that, was that me? Okay. Ah, alright, now I will fight, yes. But not before. Here we go. This is alright, yep. Frenzied Berserker, Fury, yep. Alright, waiting until the end of combat so that I can fight. Alright, no problem. Man, tapping his foot in rage, yeah. Seething and waiting. Still, we'll see, maybe. Probably not. Spirit of Grimnir. If this general is on the battlefield, when you make an activation roll for the purpose of the Urgold Runes battle trait, the enhanced effect applies on a 5-up instead of a 6. Ooh, okay. Okay. Now we're talking. This is something. A 5-up is still not particularly likely, but it's twice as likely as a 6-up. Throwing Johnny at a bone, even if it is a well-chewed, marrowless bone like this, just to be able to give me some odds. I'm a gambler over here, right? I like Spirit of Grimnir. I wish it was more reliable, but I like the idea. Giving you control over the stupid randomness that isn't actually fun in the game. Right? Yeah, it doubles your odds of blazing it, straight up. I'll take it. I remember back in the day with my original Beastclaw Raiders Battletome in 1st edition, we had to take a trait to re-roll the random die to see what our one battle trait did. It worked purely at random, and we took a trait to be able to re-roll it. It was still random. And it would have been way funner if we got to choose, give some agency to the player for the choice. Nope, no choice. Just roll. Just roll the dice and get pretzels everywhere, right? So I feel their pain. But so far, out of the traits, this Spirit of Grimnir strongly wins. Leader of the Duard Razhal. Gambling man and boy might, yeah, back when men were men, yeah. If this general is on the battlefield, Duardin allied units are treated as if they have the Fyreslayers keyword. For purposes of the Urgold Runes battle trait. Why the fuck is 25% of your traits involving allies? This is probably just a place where I fundamentally disagree with the direction of the game. This isn't bad, let me say. This is actually kind of interesting for Johnnies to do something with. Remember, I was talking about starving Johnny. Ooh, now I get to think about Duardin to ally in and give them Urgold runes, and then also there was like an ally thing up here, I think, for the Grimwrath Oath. I will prove Grimnir's might to our allies, right? So like that's cool, but I fundamentally don't like allying at all, really. I wish you just played with your guys and they were great. Because it just never feels good for someone else's units to be better than yours, even in your own army. Gotrek is an ally. Oh, they didn't fold him in? He's not folded in anymore? Sorry, I didn't mean to say anymore. In my head, I was thinking that they would just put him in the army. But I guess they didn't. Alright, so this is your I'm playing Gotrek and I want to give him +2 move on the first turn ability. Fair enough. Hey Barraguda, thanks for the tier 1. Appreciate it. Because you have no model range, I guess there's that as well. But, I don't know, if you only have 3 battle line, but they're all fucking awesome, and very distinct and do totally different things, and you can play them in different ways, and they're just the shit, I don't know how sad you would be that you only have 3 choices, because each of the 3 choices are real awesome and legitimate. You could do that, right? Anyway, it seems Gotrek isn't in the book. I thought he would be. I would have guessed wrong. My guess was that they would just put Gotrek straight into the army, and he's your monster. So, I'm wrong there, but there's some cool stuff you can do with him, since he's technically an ally. Something for Johnny. Oh yeah, I need to do my notes. Hold up, sorry. Runes, copy-paste. Resident Sleeper. Grimwrath, Sad Zerker. No Maidens. Touch Grace. Get Synergy. Heroic action, almost great. Almost gives agency. But instead, just hero. Trolled. I was actually trolled on that one. Ally stuff for Gotrek is cool. Fun. Surprised not in the army list proper. Felt like it was the right time to do so. Maiden list, yeah. Thou hast no maidens. And then what was the other little note? Oh, Spirit of Grimnir. Spirit of Grimnir. Great idea to have a controllable mechanic to reuse slash auto blase slash anything with runes. A bit sad. It's just slightly more likely, but double the chances. Fair enough. At least it's something. Okay. And keeping in mind, this is a living document. If I get to something later on that makes one of these things awesome or terrible, I will annotate. The Berserker queue. Okay, awkward Berserker queue. The civilized frothing murderer of rage, who dutifully waits his turn. Command traits, Rune Father and Rune Son, we did that. The command traits themselves, Spirit is a good idea. Didn't go far enough, but I like it. Leader of the Duardine is cool because Gotrek is still an ally. Add 1 the charge rolls is like bottom of the barrel, okay-ish, I guess. And Blood of the Berserker is kind of funny. All in all, might be tempted to choose this instead of a default trait, which is, I guess, the best you can hope for in these 3rd edition Battletomes. Oh, now we have priest traits. Okay. Ashbeard, the ass beard. So great is this priest's ass that it's basically Ludwig on his chin. This general knows 2 prayers instead of 1. But can they still just pray once? Are we still doing the pray only once meme? Even for priests that are like 200-300 points? Knowing 2 prayers is big. If there's even 1 good prayer in your entire lore, this is still good. Even though you can't pray twice. It's still good to know too. Although you could have just chosen an enhancement for that. But okay. And have that be the case for every priest in your army. But okay. The bakery. Yeah, the absolute bakery. Master Priest. Once per battle, at the start of your hero phase, if this general is on the battlefield, you can activate 1 Urgold rune that has already been activated using the Urgold battle trait instead of 1 that has not yet been activated. Oh, you can just do it. Damn, I thought there was going to be a mechanic. No, I actually didn't think there was going to be a mechanic. I hoped there would be. So you take a trait, and now you can double runies. Okay. And what's our good rune again? The movement one? Shout out sometimes to the rend one or the rend one. Because you just you can get this with a command ability. It's the rend one. Rend one, maybe movement one. Okay. Master Priest. Master Priest did the thing I wanted, mostly. Auto takeys. It's Master Priest from Halo. And then what are the traits that I'm having to give up for that one? Having the thing auto blaze on a 5 instead of a 6. Or just getting double rendies. Yeah, Master Priest. Master Priest wins. Sorry, Spirit of Grimnir. You're out. Hit the showers, kid. You're done. Master Priest rolls up. Master Priest prays to your girl. What do you do? Avatar of Volcatrix. If this general is slain and there's not a Molten Infernoth invocation on the battlefield before removing it, you can set it up. Oh, this is so flavorful and cool. It requires your general to have died, which is awful. So it wants you to be losing. But the dude erupts into flame and becomes a Molten Infernoth. That's awesome. This is... I don't want to keep reading because I know something is going to ruin it, but so far, this is exactly the kind of thing they should do more often for the cool choice, right? I hope Molten Infernoth is a fucking shit kicker. Hopefully the War Scroll got totally reimagined. But that's cool. After it has been set up, remove the general from play and then apply the effects of the Molten Infernoth tide. If the general is slain and there is a Molten Infernoth, remove the general from play and then apply the effects of Molten, as if the invocation had just been set up. Okay, it double taps it otherwise. This is so cool. God, Alright, so if Molten Infernoth fucking sucks, then it's a huge missed opportunity, and I push the sad button. This is either going to be nice cock, or it's going to be just a bit outside. Let's scroll down to the War Scroll section for, what is this thing called? Molten Infernoth. It summons on a 4, and it has a range of 12. Set it up wholly within range. After this invocation is set up, the commanding player can immediately move it 2d6 in addition to the start of each of their subsequent hero phases. It can move 2d6, okay. After this invocation is moved, the commanding player rolls 12 dice for each unit within 3 of it. Oh shit. For each 6, it's 1 mortal wound. So 2. If the roll to determine how far the unit was a double, so there's d3 for each 6. Oh, and then the invocation is just straight removed. Oh. It's just gone then. If you if you succeed too hard, it leaves. What's the points?
The windup in his first offering, just a bit outside. He tried the corner and missed.
Nope. Okay. Well, this had no chance of being good, because in 3rd edition they decided that all the endless spells that do damage are supposed to be totally fucking terrible. So that must just be like a rule of the edition, and so it can't be helped. Like, you don't have the authority in a Battletome to make endless spells worth buying, I guess. Almost. This was almost kind of cool. Master Priest is your trait. Like, Spirit of Grimnir is phantom, philosophically somewhat tempting, kinda, I guess, but it's Master Priest. Everything else is shit. But you do have one decent trait, which is nice. Usually the traits have been wholly kind of underwhelming. So the real missed opportunity is they didn't make Infernoth a unit. Make them a unit, or make it good, or, you know, get people to play the thing and buy the thing and paint it. The thing is sweet. And your general exploding into a magma elemental is so sick. I wish it was worth it. It's really cool. Alright, artifacts. Exploding into a Molten Infernoth is exactly 50% awesome success. Until you look at the War Scroll. Then into the trash it goes. Artifacts for the Rune Father and Rune Son. Master Rune of Unbreakable Resolve. Once per battle at the start of a phase, you can say that the bearer will use their Master Rune. If you do, the bearer has a ward of 3 up until the end of that phase. Jesus Christ.
Hey, old man. Give me everything.
Call an ambulance! Call an ambulance! But not for me.
Alright. This is really strong. Obviously. This is the battle tactic ruiner right here. You give this to your dude who is your general, and when they try to do the I kill your general battle tactic, you pop the Master Rune and just say no. And you rob them of 2 or 3 points. And potentially just win the whole game based on that. So Master Rune of Unbreakable Resolve is the shit. Yes, it's once per battle, and I normally don't like those, but I only don't like them because they so often fail to make them worth choosing for any reason. This one is. This one is really powerful. And because it's really powerful, it has the downside of being used once a battle. And that just makes sense. It has a downside, and because it has a downside, it gives it the excuse to be more powerful than it should be. Perfectly balanced as all things should be. Master of Unbreakable Resolve is the shit. Awesome. It's the battle tactic ruiner. I think it's cool. Is it an auto-include? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But I like its battle tactic denying ability, because stopping your opponent from succeeding at even one of their battle tactics is huge, and it could be the game. So that's sick. I mean, you could use Finest Hour also at the same time, and the dude's just not dying. I am the rock upon which the tide breaks. That one general probably, yeah. 5'11", the rock with a mohawk, probably. And then we have the Fiery Ring. Once per battle in your shooting phase, you can pick one enemy within 6 and roll a die. On a 2-up, that unit suffers d6 mortal wounds. Once per battle, 2-up, d6 mortal wounds. Within 6 inches? No. No, that's not very good. Someone somewhere thinks this is good. And they are wrong. D6 is very swingy. And once per game, roll a die on a 1, nothing happens is shit. And 6 inches is very short. Am I right? Anyway, yeah, this is, if this was every shooting phase within 6 inches, 2-up, d6 mortal wounds, it would not be overpowered. If instead of once per battle, it was just every turn, it would still not be overpowered. And the fact that that is true, especially in an army as slow as this one, I don't want to do the let that sink in from Twitter, the totally obnoxious fucking smug and let that sink in, you know, but I'm telling you that's true. Anyway, magnetized runes. Add 2 to charge rolls for the bear. No. The Axe of Grimnir. Pick one of the bear's melee weapons, improve the run characteristic by 1, and add 1 to the damage. Cool, but if the dude has 4 attacks, it ain't worth it. I mean, Arcane Bolt's better than all these. Though Master Rune, I like Master Rune. This shit's good. Master Rune is cool. The rest suck for various reasons and ways. Ad time and hats off. Holy fuck, you guys want a break? Don't worry. We're gonna be here till the end. I'm gonna run an ad. I'm gonna change a hat. I'm gonna get a drink. BRB. And we will continue. Where's my button? Where's my BRB? Sorry, I haven't streamed in 7 days. I don't know what's going on anymore. Here we go. Yo. We back. What is this anime? It is
Twitch Prime.
Salvatore Ganacci music video. Heavily inspired. Well, not even heavily inspired. Just straight Akira. Just straight Akira inspired. And I thought pretty fun. Jack B. Hey, thanks for the big primer. Appreciate it. So long since last stream you actually got ad blasted. Hey, get owned. Get fucking owned. Tomb King Tristan, what did you miss? Good meme. Rune Sons become battle line though, right? Do they still get the hero? Oh, do they? Oh yeah, they do. I think somebody said that on Twitter. Ahem. Ahem. So, Heirlooms of the Lodija. So, Master Priest is really, really good. It's better than Assbeard. And it's better than this thing because the thing it turns into sucks. But it's almost a really cool idea. However, a really cool idea that is bad is kind of a feels bad all around. You can only end up feeling bad about it. And I don't think it's a necessary feels bad. There are necessary feels bads in the game, such as the concept of losing the game. Somebody has to lose the game unless it's exactly a tie. And so some feels bads are actually just necessary. But if you're looking at this and you're like, man, this would be so fun, I'm going to choose it because I want to have fun. And then it's like bad, you're kind of being punished for trying to have fun.
Twitch Prime.
And then if you're trying to win, but you also wish to have fun, you don't choose it, but you feel bad because you can't choose it because it's bad. If it was good, these problems would be largely solved. Unknown Stillboard, thanks for the big primer, I appreciate it. So I'm going to live fix all this stuff. The rumors of Heywoah's demise were premature. Yep. 14 months, damn. Chad. Anyway, Blaze of Fury, how do we fix this? The hero and one unit within 12. And then have like a command trait or an artifact that lets you choose D3 instead of 1. And then Blase of Fury is good instead of sad. It's no longer a missed opportunity if you do that. Add one of the charge rolls for friendly Fyreslayers wholly within 18. Fury of the Fyreslayers. Simply delete this and have that be this one. So like this is the when you hero action to do that, you can choose D3 within 18 instead of 1 within 12. Done. If this general is on the battlefield, when you make an activation roll for the purpose of Urgold Rune's battle trait, the enhanced effect applies on a 4-up instead of a 6. Fixed. Blood of the Berserker. You can pile in a second time right away. Or even, maybe you don't even have to wait. I don't know. And that thing's still not great. But, well, it's exactly as good as your crazy monster is. And then this thing, come up with something else instead and have Gotrek be in the army proper. And there you go. Just have him be a Fyreslayer. Right there in the army list. Easy. Let's see. Avatar of Volcatrix is fixed if the Molten Infernoth is actually good. Unfortunately, it's not. So that's how you fix that one. Master Priest is just good. Doesn't need fixing. Cool. And Assbeard, you can pray twice. And you know to. You'd still probably take Master Priest, but you would think about it. And I could see people choosing it over it. And there you go. Man, these are so easy to fix. I can fix them live, having never looked at them in my life. After walking to the fridge and getting a vanilla iced coffee during a 1-minute music video. And make them all much more competitive with each other and fun and good. Holy shit. Either I'm a genius or... No, that's gotta be it.
Pop? Yeah.
But hey, well, they're bad because of bad pay, apparently. Well, I mean, that probably doesn't help, right? True Bing chilling. Yeah, Bing chilling. Probably doesn't help. In general, you get the work that you pay for. If I go to Taco Bell and I order a Go Chalupa Rito, and they give me a Chalupa Chongo instead, I have no right to be upset that they got my order wrong. Because they aren't paid enough to get my order right. And so when this happens to me, in real life, I'm not upset. I just eat it. Because first of all, they're not paid enough to get the order right. And second of all, everything from Taco Bell is the fucking same anyway, so who cares? Whatever they give me in that bag, fine. It's the same 5 ingredients in a different order, you know? So while that is true, I wouldn't say that's the reason or the cause, right? I would say it is a contributing factor, maybe subconsciously or something like that. Or it's a contributing factor to the quality of, to like the person who applies, or I don't know. I'm more about blaming the structure and the people in charge than I am some person who's probably in a bit of a straitjacket with how the people above them are telling them, you know, what they can and cannot do, probably, and how much time they have to work on it, and what other jobs they're doing. Anyway, this shit's sick, very strong. Fiery Ring should just be 3 mortal wounds, and it works every shooting phase. 6 inches on a 2-up. Just 3 mortal wounds. Instead of once a battle, it's every turn. And instead of a d6, it's just 3, but it's still a 2-up. And it's still probably worse than Master Rune. But it's a lot better. And tempting for Timmies as well. We could, for free in 2 hours, have a more fun book than this. No, it takes longer than that, SG Arcade. Remember when I was doing my custom tome? It took me a whole week to make Gutbusters really interesting. And we didn't even playtest it. So, geez, maybe 2 weeks. Although I wasn't working on it when I wasn't streaming. So technically, I worked on it for probably 2 hours. And then 2 streams. So however many hours that was. 8? I guess. So like 8 hours of work. And it still needed another pass in the development phase. It needed some playtesting. So you could say like probably a full week's of work. Right? Anyhow. Magnetized runes, add 2 to charge rolls, made for the bearer. This is entirely dependent on how good your monster is. I'm guessing it's not good enough to warrant not wanting the thing to have a 3-up. Or like, damn. I don't know. +2 move and flying. Give it the old Thermorider cloak. That'd be fun. Axe of Grimnir. Pick one of the melee weapons. Improve the rend by 1 and the damage by 1. It depends on how good their melee weapons are. Fiery Ring is already like damage, though. And I guess you would sometimes want to equip 2 of your guys with 2 damage ones if you're a Giga Timmy or something like that. I don't know what we'd do about that one. Maybe something like if you're piling in a second time, or you're piling in after you're dead, maybe you get a big bonus or something. Not sure. Oh wow, we have a meme. You added a meme? Holy shit. Artifacts, 6 artifacts just gone. Oh, okay, so then we have Fyreslayer Hero and Fyreslayer Priest. Okay, so these used to have 6 and now they just have 3, so they're gone. They did this for the other ones too. Good meme though. They did this for Orcs, right? They have 3 instead of 6. They did it for Stormcast. All the tables have 3 instead of 6. That's perfectly fine. You know, it was very clear that they were not capable of coming up with 6 artifacts that were even remotely professional or just choosable. You know, they couldn't do it. They couldn't, in almost any book ever, I think there's never been 6 artifacts where more than 2 of them are worth it, worth the ink that they spent to write them. And so they could have really buckled down and made 6 of them each that were really strong, and you really had to decide between them. But just giving up and being like, okay, yeah, we're not capable of making 6 artifact choices. They're all good. So we'll just give 3 of them. That's fine. Know your limitations. 6 choices of artifacts is actually a whole lot. I probably agree with them. Having 3 choices is just fine. And it's not really 3, right? Like they did these 4, they did these 3, you know, there's other ones, right? if you need to cut down the number of artifacts you have, but each one is like it changes how you build your list, it changes how you play. If there's a cool combo that you can think about now, or now this other unit is good, or you have to choose between offense and defense, and there's competition there, so be it. There's no point to having artifacts that have no point. It's kind of like a self-defeating sentence, but anyway, let's check them out. I don't mind that there's only 3 now. I do mind if still only 1 or 2 of them are good. You have no fucking excuse any longer for all 3 of these not to be bangers when you're halving the number that you're making. Ask Cloud Rune. Once per battle. Right. Chill on the once per battle stuff. Let's use that sparingly. At the start of the enemy hero phase, you can say the bearer will call down a column of suet. If you do, till the end of the phase, units wholly within 12 of the bearer are not visible to enemy units attempting to cast a spell. Bad. This is a once per battle silver bullet. Only works wholly within 12 of the bearer, only against spells, not against prayers, not against shooting. This is way too specific of a silver bullet. Ask Cloud, indeed. How are we in the 3rd edition of this game and we're still making stuff that is way too silver bullety? Like, how can you still write rules like this in the 3rd edition of Age of Sigmar? Have we learned nothing? Germ Minis, thanks to the tier 1. Ask Cloud Rune, you know what? You're right. Future-proofed for the broken magic meta of 2024. If that's the case, why not just not have magic be broken at 24, right? Just have the magic be balanced, and then come out with a good... I know you're memeing, but... Okay, so... Ash Cloud Rune. Way too specific. Silver bullet. How are these still being written in 3 editions? If it was shooting phase, it'd be dope. Yeah, it would be like Cloud of Midnight, which is an IDK artifact from 1st edition. And that thing was pretty good, because you could use it in any phase. It was balanced because he couldn't attack, right? Functioned with it. It interacted with Forgotten Nightmares in a clever way, and it was once per battle for its, for its power. And you could use it in any phase. Damn, this is awful. Volatile Brazier. When the bearer attempts to summon an invocation, you can reroll chanting rolls for the bearer, and the range of the prayer is doubled. Okay? If any invocation is worth playing, this might be worth taking, but I kind of doubt it. Unless you have... And is one of your invocations just the fucking nut? If so, rerolling chanting rolls for it and the prayer range is doubled is great. But keep in mind there is a generic, everybody gets it in the core rules. Well, okay, it's a trait, it's not an artifact, so fair enough. Maybe I'm being not fair here. But it lets you reroll prayers. All prayers. Not just chanting. I ask the rhetorical question above again. And finally, D. Roth Helm. Add 1 to wound rolls for attacks made with claws and horns by magma drops wholly within 12. Oh, okay. Okay. This is your priest artifact for your Monster Mash Magma Droth army. To probably all wound on 2s now. Out of the 3 of them, this one is the best, even though it's like specific. But it's specific that someone might do, and that's okay. There's a difference between this. There's way too specific and you wouldn't. There's way too specific and you really, really wouldn't. And then there's way too specific, but that's fine for the person who's playing Magma Droths. It's okay. So D-Roth Helm is like probably not taking it, but maybe in a Magma Droth army, so fair enough. This one is fine. We have 1 fine if you're memeing, and then 2, I can't believe they're still this bad at writing artifacts in the game. Alright, well, we'll try the generic Fyreslayer Heroes one instead. Draught of Magmalt Ale. Is Firewall still LOS shenanigans? I kind of hope not, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Once per battle at the start of the combat phase, you can say the bearer will drink their Magmalt Ale. If you do, double the attack's characteristic of the bearer's melee weapons until the end of the phase. Okay. Dude, every 3 once per battles they write, they remember that once per battle is in fact a downside, and they give it an upside worthy of it. This is like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Rules Writer. Who's doing this? Drought is the Timmy choice. Melee weapons. All melee weapons they're holding, huh? Okay. Bears melee weapons, alright. So every once in a while they remember how to do this, but what if in 4th edition is there just going to be 1 artifact for every army, but it's good? Look, they could only ever do 1.5, you know? And so there's just 1 artifact. This is fun, and I still consider this to be a Timmy artifact. That's probably not... I shouldn't say probably not worth taking. I just really need to see what the army list looks like by the end of it. This, to me, it's like the Timmy fun choice. It might end up being good. I'm not sure. You get to quad damage your shit if you're piling in twice, which is pretty cool. This might actually be a spike choice. I'm not sure. I'll have to see which way the wind is blowing after that. This is like when we found the 4-up ward trait in Nurgle, yeah. This is like when we found that shut off your opponent's command abilities in a AoE in that Nurgle book, where I'm just like, oh, so we're putting Heywoah artifacts in here, but it's only 1. Once a game, you definitely blow something up. This is fun. Drought is fun. Timmy for sure. Possibly spike by the end of things, but maybe not. It at least causes Spike to do a little bit of math. What else? Well, we got some stiff competition. Runefather with Berserker trait, +1 attack, -2 rend. You do like 31 damage with the Grimwrath Berserker, yeah. It doesn't work on mount attacks because the core rules say it doesn't. But it is all their non-mount attacks, I guess, for whatever that's worth. It's only the combat phase, though. Which is fair. Perfectly fine. Alright, these two are going to have to live up to the first one. Otherwise, why would you write them? This artifact, the power can only be given to a battlesmith. Okay. Each time a friendly Fyreslayers unit wholly within 12 of the bear is affected by a spell or endless spell on a 4-up, ignore it. It's trash. Nice. Cool. The Demon Slayer. Pick one of the bear's melee weapons. Ward rolls cannot be made for wounds and mortal wounds caused by attacks made with that weapon. It's trash. Nice. Okay. Yep, it's Drought. That's the fun one. Not bad. So, if you look at like all the artifacts here, Master Rune of Unbreakable Power is actually good. This shit sucks. This shit sucks. Drought is fun. Possibly even good. This shit sucks. There are 2 artifacts in the book that are good and or fun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are 10 artifacts, so they're batting 20%. 2 out of 10. Well, honestly, I'm willing to give this one a half a point over here. 2.5 out of 10. Hey, next time, maybe just 1 artifact every column. 3 mount traits just poofed. Didn't they just get mount traits in the Broken Realms book? Batting 250 is Hall of Fame. Yeah. Yeah. I apologize, but I simply need to.
And we take a look at the tail of the tape.
Some of them may be involved with exotic stuff like dark matter.
An ABC News Brief brought to you by Michelob Light Beer. Now from Washington, Sander Vanoker.
Alright, I was trying to check the tapes, but I forgot what book it was in. Was it in the original book? I thought it was Broken Realms. Let me scroll down here and look for the... Did they have mount traits in this edition? They did? Okay, I thought it was Broken Realms. I'm wrong. Good thing we checked the tapes. Okay, so used to have 6 mount traits. Now we are down to 3. But that happened to artifacts. And you know that all these weren't good. So. Wait a minute. If they're trying to have you play Monster Mash Magma Droths with shit like Drothhelm and making them battle line. Oh, I guess making them battle line means they can't get mount traits anyway, right? So, alright. No, yeah, that's fine. Let's check them out. Flame Scale Youngblood. If you carry out a Stomp, Monsters Rampage. You guys will remember Stomp being the Monsters Rampage that you choose with a Sigh after you've already done Roar on a different one. And the unit you picked suffers any mortal wounds. The enemy unit suffers 3 additional mortal wounds. Okay, so if you succeed on it, it's a D3 plus 3. That's a reasonable increase in stomp damage. Not bad. I give it a, I don't know, 3.5 out of 7. It's not bad. It's decent. I don't find the need to really complain about it. 3 plus a D3 is pretty good. Even though Roar is often better, now you're thinking about it. It ain't bad. They lose mount traits when they're battle line now. Oh, I don't know how it works in the book. I heard that they become battle line somehow, but I don't know if they're like hero versions or if it just counts them as not. I haven't gotten to that part of the book yet, so don't consider this to be a rules thing. I was just like opining in my head. I don't know how they're handling it, because it could be that, like, you know, it could be that they have a war scroll called like Fyreslayer on Magmadroth, and those things are battle line. Or it could be that like the heroes just gain battle line and lose Behemoth, but they keep hero. I'm not sure how they did it. They just lose Behemoth and leader. Oh, okay. So there's it's not like a new war scroll. It's just they're losing Behemoth and leader and gaining battle line. And in which case they would obviously keep hero. Fair enough. So they do get to keep their mount trait then. Lava Tongue Adult. I've known a few of them in my life. Mostly on social media. When determining the attacks characteristic of this unit's roaring fire stream, an attacks characteristic of less than 5 is treated as being 5, I would have just put that on their war scroll. I would have just had this thing be on the fucking war scroll, to be honest. It's okay. Although maybe the Magmadroths are better now. And so Firestream, I'm assuming Firestream is still the... No, we went over Firestream a week ago. It's the thing that's good against massive regiments that literally no one plays anymore. So decent, but I would have preferred this thing to just kind of be on the thing's war scroll. I think Magmadroth should just be good. Can they be great? Problem is you can't pick these multiple times, so in the Aldroth army you've only got 3 out of 6 of these. Yeah, but I think you were only ever going to get 3 out of 6 of those anyway, because you probably couldn't have gotten enough enhancements to be able to hand them all out, unless I'm going to read in the future. Maybe there's a sub-faction that gives you every mount trait or something like Boulderhead does in BCR. So you probably couldn't have stacked enough. You probably couldn't have taken enough battalions to actually get more than 3 of these anyway. But I don't know, maybe the sub-faction's different. Coal Heart Ancient. If this unit is the target of an attack made with a melee weapon, subtract 1 from the damage characteristic of that attack. We have a winner. For defense, that's strong. It's a silver bullet, kinda, but that's just going to depend on the metagame and what you don't want to lose to. These are all like, okay, they're not particularly exciting. Anyone else get the feeling this is a sneaky future meta preview of the book? No. I really don't. I don't mean to be insulting. But if they were so in control of their future metagame and big brain enough to pre-write stuff in to deal with things they thought were going to be a problem in the future, then the current Battletomes wouldn't be so disappointing and filled with random crap. We would be seeing that brilliance all over the place if they were that good at controlling the meta and planning for stuff, and I would be seeing more evidence of it. It's like Cope, I think. Not insulting at all. Your takes tonight are fevery. Now, it wasn't like not insulting you. I'm trying not to insult them, but it's kind of an insulting thing to say. But I don't know. Magic the Gathering very much does that. And it's like they have a future league where they're former pros that are trying to break future metagames, and they're releasing cards that, okay, there's going to be a card that comes out in a year that deals with something that might be too strong right now just in case. Like, Magic does that. If Warhammer did that, we would see their future proofing expertise in more ways than just that. It just feels like they wrote stuff. Mount traits, decent. but a little Resident Sleeper. Wish middle one was on War Scroll. Games Workshop doesn't even have hindsight. Well, here's like, remember Slanesh Book 2? Remember Slanesh Book, the overpowered Slanesh Book that came out? That was the most powerful army that had ever existed in all of Age of Sigmar. I think it was even better than the Stormcast Hammer one that technically broke the rules of the game and let you deploy your guys within other people's units. I think it was better than that army. I think original strong Slanesh would have beat that army. And the playtester told them that it was that strong, and the response was, and I quote, "It's fine," which is the etymology. This is the history of where the quote "It's fine" meme comes from. The quote "It's fine" when talking about something OP comes from playtesters making fun of Games Workshop for saying it's fine with the original Slanesh book when it was obviously busted. And then remember the second Slanesh book that came out and what they did to all the rules and all the points? That's Games Workshop trying to affect the meta because something was too good once and then got nerfed and was actually fine. And so that's an actual example of Games Workshop addressing something they think is too good a year ago, before it was triple nerfed, into actually just being fine at the moment. But the fact that it was fine at the moment apparently was just lost on them, and so they nerfed it anyway, right? With a new book. And so I don't buy the tinfoil hat that some artifact in here is good against the future meta on purpose, because I've seen what they do when they're trying to purposely affect stuff. And nerfing things 2 years later for a metagame that no longer exists. Anyhow. This man speaks to Vince Venturella in the chat? Holy shit. Anyhow, prayer scripts. 4 prayers. We're looking around. Look at the meme. Prayer of Ass. Prayer of Ass is a prayer is answer value of 4, range of 18. CGO Busta gave a tier 1 sub to Vince Venturella. Hey. Hey, buddy. Please enjoy stupid emotes and dodging ad bullets as you lurk in the chat, as is your purview, as you paint. And then once every 4 hours, jump in and answer somebody's paint question. Matt Yee thanks the tier 1. 12 months. That's almost exactly a year. What did you miss? Good meme. 5 out of 7. You missed 2 hours and 55 minutes of talking about Fyreslayers. Also ad time for the people who aren't subbed. Get fucking owned. Anyway. 40k Yanari are still paying for their sins? That's weird. I don't understand that. I'm going to take a little bit, since we're on an ad break anyway. I'm going to talk about that for a moment. Vince arrives and we all start sweating. True. Oh, and first time chatter, by the way. Punchy Mango. Sometimes the design team just tags something as too good for years and years. Yes. I'm noticing that. I'm kind of new to Games Workshop. Well, I say kind of new. I've been playing AOS since 2015, but I'm not one of those, oh, I played 3rd edition kind of dudes, right? I never played Warhammer Fantasy. I've never really played 40k. So I'm relatively new-ish, I guess. But yeah, the paying for their sins stuff doesn't make sense to me. It blows my mind, almost. Because it just totally does not matter. It is irrelevant how good something used to be. If something used to be way too good, or something used to be terrible, I don't care. Because you're trying to balance the game right now. You're trying to balance the current game. You would like the game to be whatever type of balance you as the person in charge deem correct. And, you know, your philosophy on that could differ from mine, and that's fine. You should. You should have a strong sense of what you think should be capable in the game or whatever. But if something was like way too good yesterday, it's no reason to make it like really bad right now. Because essentially you're choosing to make the game not properly balanced for like spite. But it's misdirected spite because first of all, it was you who wrote those rules before. And second of all, your goal should be that the game is like as balanced as you want it to be. Not to like punish some faction for being too good in the past. Who gives a fuck? I care about today. Punchy Mango, thanks for the sub. And good comment is your first comment. Please enjoy the emotes. James Workshop is an entity that exists outside of time and space, and so balancing for specific editions is hard. Yeah. It's something I do on purpose. Like, obviously you don't... I find anthropomorphizing a company to be the better choice when you have to complain about it. I don't like to call out people in real life by their real names who work on stuff like this, because first of all, that's toxic. And second of all, I blame their bosses 1,000% more than whoever the fuck happens to have written some fucking rule that I don't like. I blame the people in charge, and I blame the structure of the company and the person who decided to structure it that way. Because the buck has to stop somewhere, and I tend to blame people in charge more than some grunt. Pretty much in all of life, really. And it's kind of toxic to shit on people, especially if you're going to, like, go to social media and maybe there's another Matt Ward situation or something like that. And so for me, it's much more easy to just anthropomorphize the company and be like, Games Workshop feels this way, Games Workshop feels that way. There's like 1,000 people that work for that company. Actually, I don't know. Maybe there's like 100. I don't know how many workers it has. I don't know how many employees. As of May 30, 2021, checking the tapes, by the way, Games Workshop has 2,436 employees. However, Google almost assuredly counted all the people who work for their stores, and I don't care about that. I'm just talking about the design and development. So, it's probably much less than that. To be fair, double actions is more than slightly overtuned, but yeah, there's something in a design doc somewhere, yeah. Being nerfed so people have to buy a bunch of the better unit? I guess. But I don't even know if that's the case. Like, even by some pretty decent numbers. How many people go to tournament? How many people, like, play the game? Out of 100% of people who have purchased Age of Sigmar stuff, it wouldn't surprise me if actually 1% have played the game outside of a store demo. Like, actually 1%. In the past, we'll say year. And so the tinfoil of, we're going to nerf this thing so that it sucks, so that you have to buy the other thing. Man, they're targeting a really, really, really small demographic with that change for their rules. I mean, it could be the case, but I don't know. The rules team for AOS is 4 people and 2 managers. Yeah. Independently verified, by the way. From people I've talked to as well. More people worked on the original Soulbound book than write rules for all of AOS. And they do a better job at it, too. Do you count TTS? No. And Soulbound, I mean the RPG, the Crucible 7 thing. Also, you used to own the good thing, and now you need to buy the new good thing as like a, oh, we're gonna trap people, and like that doesn't work either because you're only thinking about people who currently play. It seems to me to be a player. It's like a player mindset complaint. Tinfoil hat. Where as a company, generally speaking, you're always trying to get more people to start buying your stuff. You're trying to capture a new demo or a new market or more people. And so we're going to nerf this thing that's good and have it be terrible, and you buy this other thing instead. It's sort of like at every moment in time is like a snapshot. And so someone walking up to your game, why not have them be able to choose between all the stuff instead of only like half of it? I don't know. It could be true, but kind of weird if it was. Anyhow, prayers. This is a 4-up, and it's a range of 18. Subtract 1 from rune rules attacks, target the unit. It's okay. I'd probably take it. -1 to hit is better, quote unquote, but I'll take it anyway. Something to keep my men alive, for sure. Emberstorm. Sad that it's a 4-up, though. 3-up. 1 friendly Hearthguard Berserkers or Volkite Berserkers. Wholly within range, invisible. Unit can run and still charge. Cool. Never mind, probably take it that one. No, I'm kidding. Really depends on what kind of thing you're doing. Essentially, this gives you a d6 extra movement. So it is a movement prayer. The nerf to get you to buy other stuff theory isn't how business works. I mean, it might be, but don't you run a significant chance of people dropping it? Like, why would you make your customers super unhappy on purpose? And then be like, well, just give us another $500 and then you can keep having the same type of fun. And it fails the smell test for me. It feels like it's the hindsight sort of cynical play. You can sling a unit of berserkers really far in this book. That's what I'm thinking about the 2-up, or the +2 move from the rune, the run and charge, another d6. There's something that re-rolls runs too up above. Very like spontaneous, well not spontaneous, but like one shot, sling. I guess the word you used is correct. Yeah, slingshot some guys. At the double, well, you can't just make it a 6 anymore. You can just re-roll it, but yeah. Anyway, Prayer of Grimnir's Fury. As we have 3 friendly Fyreslayer hero that does not have a mount. Within 3 of an enemy unit, invisible in the hero phase, can fight. I think this is actually fine. I think this is okay. Why can't your monsters fight in the hero phase? That seems fine, doesn't it? I'm mostly okay with stuff fighting twice. Less okay with stuff shooting twice. I think shooting twice is too good. Fighting twice is okay, especially in your hero phase. Also, by the way, in this book, fighting sometimes means more than once, although I would have to check the tapes on that. Those abilities might say combat phase or something like that. Let's scroll up. At the start of the enemy combat. Okay, so you can't. Oh wait, that's fierce counterattack. What am I thinking? Where's the pile in an attack again one? Yeah, Blood of the Berserker. Once per battle in the combat phase. So you can't do that in the hero phase. Where's my Grimwrath? Where's my boy? Where is actual boy? In the combat phase, fight after, and at the end of the okay. So all these are combat phase. They're not hero. I mean, it's still extra, but. So you're saying that fight twice is incredible, but shoot twice is NPE. I'm saying that fight twice is great, but shoot twice is too good. And for me, the difference is shooting twice is so safe and requires so little hoops to jump through. And it is exacerbated by the double turn because it's so safe that I think it's too good. If you fight twice, you have to get your ass all the way over to the opponent and pass a charge roll, which admittedly is sometimes really easy, depending on the unit we're talking about. But you do have to do it. You have to physically move, you have to pass a charge, you have to get over maybe a chaff, or you have to move your dude over there. Then, combat is still you go, I go. So like, the person is possibly getting hit back, right? So you're taking some damage, right? Even if you're piling in twice, you're still taking some damage, maybe. Maybe the thing is dead after the first pile in and it doesn't matter. You're stranded there, your opponent gets to go, and now your guy is counter-chargeable by their whole army, and he's probably dead, right? As far as like hero phase fighting, you had to have previously had a combat that did not fully resolve, and then it rolls back around to your hero phase, and then you get to fight. There's a bunch of downsides to fighting twice. For shooting twice, you're just camping out, leaned way back in the Burka lounger, flicking channels on the TV. There's no you go, I go, you get shot or whatever. You just do double damage. It's just the Quake buff. It's quad damage if you have a double. Your dude isn't getting countercharged by the whole opponent army because it's out of position now or overextended or anything like that. And so that, to me, is why shooting twice, too easy, too safe, too good. Fighting twice has enough downsides or requirements or hoops to jump through that for the most part it's fine as long as you're remotely safe with it. And as with basically, yeah, Tarkin Rex brings it up, as with basically everything in the whole game, whether or not an ability is too good is often directly proportional to how insanely fast with flying the thing happens to be attached to, so there is that. But, you know, there you go. Isn't that the 006, or did you miss something? Oh, did I misspeak? Hold up. Ah, that's the wrong book. Oh man, it didn't actually search, did it? Fuck. Movement phase. Oh yeah, it is just still 6. Why did I think that it wasn't? What is happening?
What's wrong with you?
What changed about it to cause my brain to be wrong about that? Oh, I know. Yeah, the what's it called? What's that red letter media meme? Oh, never mind. I bet it was the timing changed. You can't roll first. You used to be able to roll first and then take the 6. Now you have to decide beforehand. I bet that was the change that I was that my adult onset childhood diabetes brain has caused me to think. I gotta say that has to be the explanation. But the tapes were checked. Just so we're clear. You can't roll and see what you get. Yeah. Yep. Anyway, what were we what were we doing here? Wrath of Alcatrix. Prayer that has an answer value of 3 and a range of 12. Pick a friendly Magmadroth within range. Till the start of your next hero phase, use the top row of the damage table. Okay. Alright. Well, I know what I'm choosing here. It is Emberstorm. And if I am trying to smash Bat, it's Grimnir's Fury, but I don't know. To me, a unit being in combat and having it roll back around to still being in your hero phase is so out of your control and unlikely. And not being a mount, so it's probably not going to be your general. Maybe it is going to be your general, I don't know. The time that happens is like they targeted it for a battle tactic and then you popped everything to not die. Like that's the most likely outcome. Is your general going to be a dude on a mount? I guess we'll have to think about list building before I decide on that. Prayer of Grimnir's Fury is a maybe. Emberstorm seems good. Prayer of Ash, okay. But I'm not really excited about these prayers. Cut out 3 spells and called it a day. Oh, so this is the spell lores. They're just the same except they got rid of 3 spells. Okay. Can this be... I wish for this to be embiggened a little bit. Enhance. Can we get some CSI in here? Bring to front. Alright, well, yeah, just cut 3 and call it a day. Lodges. Volstalg. Add 1 to hit rolls and wound rolls for attacks with melee weapons that made a charge. Okay, so we're continuing the idea that the sub-factions are kind of like, which unit do you want to play with? We buff that unit. And so if you're Vostarg, you're the Volkite Berserker player. And if you're Grafe Weird, you're like the hero spammer. And if you're Hermdar, you're not Hermdar. I just glanced at the rule. I was gonna continue this because I hadn't read these yet. You're not Hermdar. And if you're Lofnir, it's Magmadroth spam. So it's kind of pointing to this is how the Ogre book did it, I think maybe first. And then the Seraphon book strongly did it, and they kind of have since done that, where the sub-factions are like, you're going to play this unit. And that's not like the worst way of choosing it. Anyway, add 1 to hit wound rolls for attacks made with Berserkers that made a charge. So they're on just like 2s and 2s. That's cool. Alright, cool. Could it be that Berserkers are good? I'm not sure. But neat. Grafe Weird. Spoils of Victory. Add 1 of the wounds characteristic of friendly heroes that do not have a mount. I sleep. In addition, you can pick 2 additional artifacts of power and give them to 2 Grafe Weird heroes. Sweet. Okay, this is fun. That's fun. I love artifacts. I love spamming heroes. Hell yeah. Hermdar. Battle Shock.
Ha 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 ha. Oh. He too.
Alright, if a friendly Hermdar unit Wholly within enemy territory or wholly within 12 of an objective. Fails a battle shock test. Halve the number of models that flee rounding up. Awesome. Cool. Alright. Leading into 2 more artifacts, and their artifacts are, yeah, there's 2 good ones. It's perfect. You take their 2 good artifacts, of which they only have 2, and then you take a generic one, like Arcane Tome. Done. Done and done. Pop, yeah.
Pop. Yeah.
What's Battle Shock? It's a mechanic that, so it's kind of, alright, if you're new to the game, you might not have ever experienced Battle Shock before, or if you don't play very often. But every once in maybe 3 or 4 games, there will be a situation, it's pretty niche, but when a unit of yours is attacked, and it is not just killed in that single combat, if that ever happens, which is exceedingly rare, but it does every once in a while, like one of your units is attacked and like all the guys aren't killed. If you play Nurgle, you might experience this sometimes. Not so much for almost anyone else. But the dudes who are still alive, the game is like, oh shit, something wasn't one-shot in Glass Cannon Hammer, this is not acceptable. And so you roll some dice, I'm not sure what you have, there might be a target number or something, and then sometimes they run away. Except you don't do any of that, because if your dudes are attacked and not all of them are somehow miraculously killed, you spend a command point and then they don't run. So that's what Battle Shock is. It only happens when you're not slain outright, and it's a unit that isn't just like a hero or monster or something, and it only happens if you choose to let it by not spending a command point. But in those rare situations, you could be Hermdar and still roll it, but then only half the number of guys run away. Oh man. Burning the midnight oil on this one. Oh man, sorry Hermdar. Hermdar is now the Hermdar. Why do this? This is a first edition Age of Sigmar rule that wasn't good then, at the time where it could have been the strongest. And Hermdar is actually a really cool lodge. But it's trash. Alright. Lofnir. Add 2 to the wounds characteristic of Magmadroth units. In addition, up to 3 can be given a different mount trait instead of only 1. Oh, okay. That's the callback I was waiting for. Remember earlier when I said you might not even be able to have enough enhancements for all of your Magmadroths unless they, like, copied Boulderhead? Well, they copied Boulderhead. So, you actually will run out of mount traits now. Hey, that's weird. They want you to monster mash with them. So how come they had 6 mount traits and they got rid of 3 of them and then gave you an army that could have more than 3 and then let you have a bunch of mount traits for them? Weird. Okay. Ink is expensive? Jeez, I don't know, man. They be wasting it all the time up in this. Hermdar, why? It's the year of our Lord. Current year. That being said, Volkites on 2s and 2s sounds good to me. And a bunch of artifacts is cool because it gives you 3 total. And there's 2 good ones in the book, and you can take 1 good generic one. And so, out of 13 possible artifacts you have to choose from, 3 of them are good. And this lets you take all 3 of them. It's like they knew. It's like they knew they only wrote 2 good ones in the book. Grand Stratagem. Why is it always ogres who get their stuff stolen? They need to install Ogre VPN? Yeah, I know. Monsters counting for more than stuff. You know, New Army had it. And then the entire, you know, and then everybody gets it from the core rules. Impact stuff, sub-faction targeting thing. Man, so much was... I didn't know it at the time, but apparently every half-decent idea that worked as a unique thing for a special cool army was stolen and given to the entire game in some form or another. I guess there's just only so many ideas out there. Grand Lineage. Guarded Lineage 2. When the battle ends, you complete this grand strategy. There's 1 friendly Rune Father and 1 or more friendly Auric Rune Sons on the battlefield. Okay. So 1 Rune Father and 1 or more friendly Auric Rune Sons. I don't know about that one. It's also like hella fucking boring. I hate grand strategies in this game. I don't like them. They're so boring. And the quote-unquote good ones, the ones that people play are... And you can't fault players for doing this, because players will just do this. It is in their nature. They will choose the automatic ones. Because that is what they should do. I mean, they're the players of the game. They're only doing what your rules let them. And so players are inevitably just going to choose the automatic ones. Or the quote-unquote automatic ones. And if your grand strategies and battle tactics are automatic, why do they exist? And if they're like too random, you're kind of just rolling like I guess if you want to oversimplify, you're just rolling dice to see who wins the game. But obviously that's not really true. And so the battle tactics and grand strategies, I think it's actually kind of a difficult... I don't know, it's kind of a tall order to get it right. Between not feeling like I choose a battle tactic and roll a d6, and on a 4-up I get 3 points, and on a 1-3 I lose the game. That's like one side of the spectrum where it's just flipping coins and it's entirely unsatisfying. And the other end of the spectrum is I choose a battle tactic that I essentially automatically succeed at. Or a grand strategy. And both of these extremes are bad. Players like the automatic ones. They want those. But you can't give players everything they want because they're like a wild animal that'll eat themselves to death, right? Sometimes if you give the players everything they want, they end up ruining the game for themselves and everyone else. And you also don't want to just flip a coin for 3 points at the end of the game to win or lose on, because you're removing player agency in that manner. And it's unsatisfying for victory. But there's got to be some way of doing grand strategies and battle tactics that's a little more satisfactory. I don't like it. I like, I guess, kind of the idea of it for 3rd edition, but I think it's a strong miss for 3rd ed in AOS. Especially how they've shaken out. So many grand strategies seem to be like, oh, you didn't get tabled, so here's 3 points. Or, here's a battle tactic that requires you to kill like a battle line. Okay, you auto get that. Next turn, now you choose a differently named one that basically does the same thing from your Battletome that says kill a battle line. And so it's just also kind of free, right? Now, what are these supposed to be for? They'd be solved by being conditional, so that if you put effort in, you get like 1 bonus point. Maybe. The bonus points is like you're playing a monster. In this version, anyway. Like, oh, you're playing 3 monsters? Bonus point for running with all of them. It's like army list choice wise, which is okay. Updated, but since when did the start collecting go up in price? Basically every year or two since the beginning of time. Every year or two start collecting, or just everything goes up in price. Although I don't think it's keeping up with inflation. I think it's slower, to their credit. But it started expensive, so no one cares about that. Also, could it be, I don't mean to like talk about something crazy here, but perhaps the really easy ones should be worth 1 point.
To which point?
And the medium difficult ones should be worth more than 1 point. And the really difficult ones should be worth the most points. And so now you're choosing between safety and Hail Marys. Essentially, we're going for a risk versus reward here. What about that? I'm no game developer, but that could be an idea. The right version was called Schemes, but we didn't use that design. That was great fun in NashCon and others for years. Damn, that's too bad. The game tells you nice cock every turn 1. Yeah, there it is. Alzulao, hey, thanks for the big primer. 13 months, not bad. Almost a year, Kappa. Yeah. Oh man, Kappa, we're getting some Twitch lingo in here. You were 95 on Sunday? Well, happy birthday. I know you're talking about the temperature. 110? Jesus Christ. Problem you see is that what happens if GW randomly decided to give one army a really easy one for big points? Well, that would be a knob they would be allowed to turn. There's all sorts of knobs and levers they can pull and turn to balance an army. There could be an army that's like really good, but its battle tactics like suck. They don't give a lot of points, they're really hard to do. And here's an army that's weaker, but their battle tactics give them like shitloads of points and they're super easy to get maybe. That's a knob they could turn if they wanted to. I don't know how great of an idea that would be, but it could be. It's a possibility. The reason why that's flawed, brother, is you're assuming that they can figure out which of these belongs in each category, easy, medium, hard. Yeah, that's true. They can't even balance 3 artifacts. Internally. Not even talking about general ones. They used to have 6 artifacts, of which 1 was apparently accidentally good. And then they got rid of 3 of them. And gave us 3. And 1 is still just accidentally good. So, yeah. It is a depressingly correct statement to say that, boy, wouldn't it be cool if they could do this well. I'm just throwing ideas here. But, you know, you're right. Cold, hard reality does inevitably need to crash against the shore of philosophical deepities and good intentions, right? Yeah, turning the gears like Metropolis, exactly. Anyway, I'm going to read the rest of these. Defend the Lodage. When the battle ends, you completed this grand stratagem if there are no enemy units wholly within your territory. This one's really hard. Because who the fuck knows what's going to happen during the game, right? Well, I shouldn't say hard, but because it's known information, there's a lot of push and pull here. If your opponent has like one fucking panpipes holding Fluto, you know, Spirit Revenants or whatever, and some derpo unit for 75 points that can teleport to every movement phase, that's a yikes. That's a yikes out of me. Oath Takers and Skullbreakers. Wasn't this literally in the... I could have sworn that this exact statement was somewhere else. I'm probably thinking of a Sons of Behemoth thing, and it wasn't quite like that. Complete this grand stratagem if you completed at least 4 battle tactics, and every battle tactic you completed was from the Oaths of Battle list on page 75. When the battle ends, you get these points if you hella fucking destroyed your opponent. If you won big, you won even. This is like... I would almost frame this and put it in the dictionary when talking to new rules people. And I'm like, let's define win more. It's this. This is it. This is the archetypal win more rule of all time. If you are allergic to losing, you can't stop winning, you actually don't want to win anymore, but your luck and your skill will not allow it. If you cannot stop winning and have won everything, then you win one last time. Otherwise, no soup for you. When the battle ends, you complete this grand strategy if there are any bad units that you overpaid for on the battlefield. Oh, nice. Okay. Cool. Battle tactics. So these are the ones, page 75, where we need to have completed 4 of for Oathbreakers or Oath Takers. At least 4. Okay. How doable is this? Let's check it out. If these are easy, hoo boy. Each time a friendly unit is destroyed by wounds caused by an attack. Make a note of the enemy unit that made the attack in a book of grudges. If you wish. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. I get it. Alright, when you pick this battle tactic, pick one of those enemy units that is still on the battlefield. You complete this tactic if the unit is destroyed. Okay, so countercharge. Settle a countercharge. This is... you could do this. Imagine being frustrated that your guy doesn't die, though. Interesting. But I guess it already happened. Yeah, because you note everything down in a book of grudges before you choose this. So I'm gonna consider this one medium spicy auto include. Like could very line up the countercharge, right? Missed opportunity called That's a Grudging. I love the idea of actually writing down a book of grudges. This is wonderful. Settle a grudge is thematically wonderful. Bombed 420 double Xer. Thanks for the tier 1. Ahem. Also, thanks for the got the Heywoah-gasm and the AT pizza. Oh, nice. Oh. And avoiding the puddle. Keep it down, orange name. But thanks for the sub. Beastslayer. Pick one enemy monster and one friendly hero. You complete this tactic if that monster is slain by wounds caused by that hero. So this is kind of like a different type of bring it down. Your opponent has a lot of stuff to do to try to stop you from this happening on one particular turn, but I'll give this one a check mark. I'll give it a blue check mark. Grimnir knows no mercy. You complete this tactic at the end of the turn if there are any friendly Volkite Berserkers on the battlefield and all of them are within 3 of enemy units. Skipping over that one. That's a no from me, dog. It could happen, but this is risky. To me, this is risky. Also, if you charge something with your Volkite Berserkers and you just roll hot and kill it, and now your Volkites are not in combat, you have succeeded too hard and you are punished for it. By failing your battle tactic because you just rolled well and killed something. Weird. An honorable death. Pick one hero, you complete this tactic if the hero dies. And any enemy models were also slain by wounds caused by attacks that made the hero during the... Okay, this is a maybe. I'll give this one a tilde. So, green check mark, blue check mark, hard pass, tilde. Seized by force. You can pick this tactic only if you control fewer objectives than your opponent. You complete this tactic if you control more at the end of the turn. This shit happens all the time. Check mark. And an ignominious death. Pick one enemy hero. You complete this tactic if that enemy hero is slain by wounds caused by an attack made with a fire steel throwing.
Ha 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 ha. Oh. He too.
Oh, no. Okay, so it looks like 3 of them with a little bit of effort you could do. Tilde, no. No, alright, so it seems to me that Oath Takers and Skullbreakers, hard pass. Close, but no cigar. When your range attack is so bad, your own book memes on it. Yeah, I know. It's one attack, 4s and 4s, no rend. Hey, it's cool that you're having some fun with the player. Nudging them, right? Smiling out of the corner of your mouth to them, having some fun. But could you do that same fun without, like, purposely making an attack that's so shitty you're essentially like rubbing it in? Also, you have to call your shot beforehand. Like, holy shit. What? Just imagine how happy you'll be if that happens. But you would have never chose this. You have to choose this beforehand. And you're like, I'm doing it. I don't know. There's no amount of happiness that you could have. Because you wouldn't be choosing it. I guess you could just have a game where you're like purely memeing. It's got to be a fire steel throwing axe, and it's got to be an enemy hero. It's got to be wounds caused. I mean, all the Fyreslayers players in the world, you guys could make a pact. Sign a pact in magma. Always choose an ignominious death. Always. And so the frequency of it happening would be the highest possible. Kill Morathi with this battle tactic, and then the game simply ends. I would be, even at a tournament, I might accept that. Like, look, I'm playing Morathi. If you call your shot with an ignominious death and it happens, I will... I think the sportsman-like thing would be to concede the game at that point. No, you have this. I admit defeat. You've done it. Alright, now we got into War Scrolls. And thanks for putting this fun minigame in here, by the way. Move to reveal points, so I get to guess. Auric Rune Pater. 16 wounds, 4 up save. Oh, they're big now. Big boys. Shit save, but 16 wounds is dece. Is highly dece. Slow as fuck. Ish. No fly. But actually, they're not really slow as fuck, because everybody else in their army is 4s. So 12s is big, and then also consider they can get +2 on a particular turn, they can run in charge sometimes. They are painted red, after all. So not, for sure, relatively speaking, not even close to slow as fuck. I mean, you're looking at dragons and stuff and getting jealous, but yeah, see, Fire Steel Throwing Axe, Doesn't matter if it's the leader of your whole lodge, he's still 4s and 4s. Oh, but he got rend. They gave a rend for his. They must just not, like, it must be a game for them where they just try to throw it, like, straight up and try to get that perfect arc where they're not even trying to hit you on purpose. 3-inch latchkey grand axe. But 1-inch claws and horns? Weird. You know the axe is like, the axe doesn't reach as far as this thing's neck and mouth do, right? So you'd think the neck and mouth would have a reach similar to this if you were going by realism. And if you were going by game balance, then it just make it long because who cares? It doesn't really affect it. One guy. Latchkey Grand Axe. 4 attacks, 3s and 3s, -1, 3. It is a Frost Spear. That's Frost Spear stat line. Roaring Fire Stream. 2 hit is 2. 3 to wound, -1, 1. Blazing Maw. 3 attacks, 4s and 2s instead of 3s and 3s, but roughly equivalent. -2 D3. Oh, it's a sad D3. And then 6 horns, 3s and 3s, and a 1, 2. Alright. Your damage is not stellar. Skull Crusher reach. Attack characteristic of a Roaring Fire Stream is equal to the number of models in the target unit. So that would be 1. Sometimes 3, maybe 5. Very rarely 10. Once per edition, maybe 20. Never mind, it caps out at 10 anyway. Sure, why not? Yeah, just cap it. That's sad. This is the Fun Police have capped this at 10. Just make it 10. If you're gonna do something like that, come on. Come on. Undetected, okay. The one fucking time there's that one dude who's trying to make Massive Regiments still work in 3rd edition. And they have the, if you don't attack, your next one is juiced up ability, which is kind of weird. Lashing Tail is good against Massive Regiments, which don't exist. 2-3. Volcanic Blood roll die each time a wound caused by an attack made with a melee weapon is allocated on a 4-up. Attacking unit suffers 1 more. Cool, so it still just does 8 damage. 8 mortal wounds if it's killed. Which is good. Volcanic Blood is good. Once per battle at the start of your combat phase, you can pick one friendly unit of the battlefield as ability to unleash the Wrath of Grimnir. Until the end of the phase, add one of the attacks characteristic melee weapons used by friendly Fyreslayer units while they are wholly within 12. Oh, this is a good... I was going to say command ability, but it is not a command ability. This shit just happens. Once per battle at the start of your command phase, do this, and it auto works, and it doesn't cost a command point, and it's not... You can do it if you're roared or something like that. That's sick. Good ability. Lord of the Lodge is good. Volcanic Blood is good, even though it requires you to kind of be losing for it to happen. But it's not bad. Lord of the Lodge good, Lashing Tail, whatever, Roaring Fire Stream. 1st edition overpowered ability that's capped at 10. Nowadays, not so much. What's all the shit that I can give this guy, though? Because it doesn't matter what his War Scroll is. It matters what he's going to be on the table with all the stuff on him. And synergies applying and everything like that. You don't have a prayer for +1 armor, which is sad. I was very expecting that. Perhaps the Battlesmith can give it, but he's stationary. Berserker on the +1 attack and Rend artifact. Yeah, or the... Can we take the double one, or is that like no mount? What was that again? What was that one again? Yeah, any Fyreslayer hero can do that. We're doubling. Any doublers in the chat? Alright, so we can double his attacks. Although it's only with the War Axe. Or rather, it's only with the Latchkey. It'd be 8 attacks. 3s and 3s, -1, 3. Alright, kind of sick. 16-4, 12 move. Charts quicker than I would like. Not quite half for the first one. Damage is like okay, but not particularly special, but there's a bunch of ways to temporarily improve it, which is probably the point, which is probably what it is balanced around. It has ranged attacks, but not really. And a great not command ability, command ability. I'm thinking... I'm thinking 320. I think I could get 320 out of this if we juiced them up with the juice. Are they still magma balloons? Yes, they are. Every time a wound is allocated to them on a 4-up, it reflects. So they have 16 wounds. They do about 8 mortal wounds to whatever when they die, or over the course of them dying, because they have 16 4-ups. What's the points? Old points 285, new points 360. Okay, it's more than I thought, but this doesn't kill the crab. I was thinking 320. There's a lot of juice you can put on this dude now. No joke. So 360 doesn't... It doesn't... I don't turn my nose up to it. You can give him the juice. Cool. All right, I'm not hugely disappointed by this. That being said, I haven't built an army list, so I don't know how... Because a lot of times when you're building an army list, you start with a dude like this in there, and then you're putting stuff in, and you're putting stuff in, and then you sit back and you're like, I think I want a little bit more, but I'm at 2035. Maybe I drop him and do this other thing, so I don't know if that's going to happen. The larger base makes his not command ability a lot better. Yes, a lot better. Even though it's wholly within 12, it's wholly within 12 outside of like a central base. It's like a pizza. And so it actually increases the area by a huge amount, percentage-wise. And that's why I can't find the will to complain about something like this, because the range is actually quite nice. And the model is sick. So if you're going to play Fyreslayers, I feel like I want to play with Magmadroth, at least one, because they look sweet. And I just want kind of like a world where they're choosable to do something with. And I think if you're giving them quad damage, turbo bust juice, there's like 2 good artifacts. You can give him a 3-up ward once a game, stuff like that. You could juice him. Although you do want a priest to be the general, so that's a nick against. Or Grunson. He is just worse? Question mark. Lashing Tail. Vying for Glory. If the unmodified hit roll for an attack made by this unit that targets a monster is 6, the attack causes a number of mortal wounds to the target equal to the weapon's damage characteristic. Hey, you're stealing. You're stealing the cool boys thing. Okay. And the attack sequence ends. That's everything, too. Unless I'm reading this wrong. If the unmodified hit roll for an attack made by this unit, just period, even like the monster attacks and stuff, claws and horns, not just like his war axe. Yeah, it's monster only, but there's plenty of monsters that are sitting on 3-up, on like 3 bonuses to their saves that these mortals are ignoring, and it's the hit roll instead of the wound roll. And these guys can be battleline. They don't have the Giga Command ability. They do less damage. considerably less than the other guy. Runesons are battle line and Lofnir as well, yeah. The fact that they can be battle line, I'm actually like increasing their cost a little bit. Because I think being battle line is very strong as an effect. So yeah, I might agree with that. I think 300. Alright, so they're 320. Okay. And old point's 240. Look at the race to the bottom these poor bastards used to be in. These guys are decent. They're highly decent. Ish. Politely showing Jonathan his seat in the Lofnir Lodge. Yeah, 18 wound battle line on 4 up. Not bad. Their stats looked a great deal like the made up Stonehorns I was customizing. Yeah, 18 wounds is fucking...
I'd like a large extra
Alright, Auric Rune Smiter on Magmadraw. This is the priest boy. So, the general you may or may not want. To get the really OP... Yeah, Master Priest. Halo Master Priest. They do no fucking... Holy shit, 0 damn. Okay, so they cannot fight. Well, okay, the guy on top does no damage. The mount is the same. Extra thick. Okay, Roaring Fire Steam, Lashing Tail, Volcanic Blood. Runic Empowerment is a prayer that has an answer value of 3 and a range of 12. The chanter is carrying a runic iron, or 18 inches of the chanter is carrying a forge key. Okay. If the character is carrying a runic iron, you can re-roll the chanting roll. Look at that. Hey. I'm almost shocked. It has a range of 12 if you want to re-roll it. But it has a range of 18, but you can't re-roll it. Holy shit, it's a choice you can make. I'm like a Johnny in the desert here. Pick one friendly Fyreslayers unit wholly within range and visible. Add 1 to the wound rolls for attacks made by that unit. Okay, that's a buff. That is a bonus, you know. That is a wound bonus to hand out to somebody. Unfortunately, your shooting attacks are straight butt. I would just take the foot one, probably. This dude... Show me. No. No, I don't think so. No, I don't think I will. Could make it the general, so then it gets that trait, and then you can do the thing. I don't know. This is a tall order. Prayer's okay. Can't fight very well. It has a really good trait, so you kind of want it, but you're probably trying to unlock some other thing. I'd probably just... You still have a deep strike with the... Hold on, I'm skipping ahead. You still have a deep strike with the Rune Smiter on foot, right? Yep, magmic tunneling. Place to one side, say to set up an underground instead of setting up another friendly fire. So you can place it to one side, so you'll join it. At the end of your movement phase, you can set it up anywhere more than 9. Then set up the unit that joined this unit within 12 of that. Nice, alright. And it doesn't have to be like the first turn. And it also has the, unlike I think every other ability like this in the whole game, this one does not stipulate that the unit dies if it's still there after turn 4. At the end of your movement phase, you can set it up anywhere. Yeah. Oh, is it in the base rules now? Okay. Yeah, tapes checked. They die after turn 3. Damn. Why is that a rule? What's so bad about leaving it until turn 5? You don't get to play with the unit for the whole game. You've paid a hefty cost to be able to try to snipe something at the end of the game. Where's the harm? A victimless crime. I forgot it was in the core rules codified now. It was really toxic in 40k for 5 years. Oh, because what you would just like keep some unit off, and then in the last turn of the game you would steal all the points or something like that. Because Doc pay 80 points to keep that thing in the heavens, not a large cost. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. You do have really inexpensive ones. And so you can actually just keep them there. And it's kind of no big deal. Man, imagine an Icebrow Hunter chilling in the air the whole game. Landing somewhere, throwing his one spear and missing. And then that's it. Alright, these are the Chosen Axes and Fyreslayers Grimnir. What do you do? Before you allocate a wound or mortal wound, instead of making a wound roll that would be allocated to this unit is in 3 of its retinue, 3 up pass, okay? And after he fights, his retinue can. Got it. Because that's different than summoning, though. Well, no. But, or ambushing, or, you know, teleporting, or whatever. Or just having an insane move. Let's see. Once forgotten at the start of the combat phase, you can say this unit will unleash its Berserk Fury. You do so until the end of the phase. Each time the model in this unit is slain, it can fight before it's removed from play. Alright. And then add 1 attacks if they charge. Okay, so this is just kind of like a little hero. It's a little hero man. And this is kind of like a bad hero. With a frost spear, at least. And a little tiny unit of berserk. What do you call them? Volkite Berserkers. What should they cost? Exactly half the cost of whatever half unit of berserkers they are, and half the cost of a hero that does something put together. 180, sure. I have no context for this. I say, I don't know, 120. Yeah, probably 120. Even then. It's a lot of bodies for 120, though. But we're getting to that point. We're getting to the point of figuring out just like bodies for X amount of points, which feels bad. Orc Rune Pater. He has 1 throwing axe. Hell yeah, brother. 4 attacks, 3s and 3s, -1/3. Everybody has frost spears in this army, huh? Everybody got frost spears. Frost spears on foot. Free allocated wound or mortal wound to this unit instead of making a ward roll. Oh. Retinue thing. After it has fought. Yeah, after it has fought, your other dudes can. This is them trying to do that thing where we were talking about before, where like, wouldn't it be cool if foot heroes did anything? If they didn't do anything, well, they can at least attack and have their boys attack afterwards. And this dude actually looks sick. I should say that the Chosen Axes fuel, by the way, is such a great counts as casually holding the Latchkey Grand Axe across his shoulders. He looks so sick. He looks really cool. Oh, he has the same Lord of the Lodge ability with the same range, just a much smaller starting base. Cool. Okay, neat. It's almost like a command ability on a war scroll, except they we're getting rid of those for some reason, and then just putting them back on in a different name, and now making them once per game instead. This guy is cool. He has he has a frost spear, which is good. He has a good once per game ability. He can fight before his retinue. He is resilient to being sniped because of retinue ability. Dude, this guy is... For me, I'm thinking... Geez, 130? Yeah, I would say as high as 130. Nice. 125? This is... I would say this is almost aggressively costed. I thought I was throwing them a curveball by saying 130 because I figured they would go way high with it. They didn't. Man, I should give my honest opinion next time. Yeah, as a non-priest, but he does have an synergy. Not bad. I like him. As much as I talked about how fun Magmadroths look and are, Joel McGrath, you're thinking what I'm thinking. Grimwrath Berserker, Auric Rune Fathers, Priest or two, and just like a carpet of Mohawks, 5'11" off the ground. And see just how many dudes with little nodes of once a game power. The metagame is not ready for it. Like, I bet Beast of Chaos is 20% better than it really is. Because Giga Rend and a million dudes of waves of MSU that just ignore armor is super good in a meta of super elite, hero monster crap that can deal with exactly one, like, super centerpiece kilo thing, but if you give them 2,000 points of all my shit's the same and it just ignores your armor, I bet BOC is much better than it actually is just because the meta is so ripe for it. And playing a bunch of dudes, even if they're MSU, might be neat. I'm thinking about it. I'm not ready to say anything yet, but I'm thinking about it. Auric Rune Sun. You have some attacks. Oh, you have to choose between Javelin and War Axe. That's sad. 200 zombie SBGL list time. It would actually be really good, I think. Well, okay, I don't know that you need 200 exactly, but a lot of them is sweet. Before you allocate a wound or mortal wound, blah, blah. Oh, they just have vying for... Okay, so it's the foot version of that. Neat. Cool. Neat and cool. Probably not doing it, but neat and cool. Points, I actually don't care. Yeah, 80? Okay, sure. Auric Rune Master. Now we're getting to the synergy people. 2 4s and 3s into 1d3. Alright, not exactly a fighter. You could skip this guy's attacks to just save time if you're running low on the clock. Second place LVO was S-Blight zombie spam and the guy had a stroke in the finals. Yeah, that is true. I was about to mention that one. It knows all the prayers from the blessings. You know all the prayers, and you made a trait that has people learn too. I guess that's for the other priest. Weird, but cool, I guess. Yeah, get ready. The power is coming. I hope it does. We know where the Bone Splitter anti-monster stuff went. Fyreslayers stole it. Well, they didn't steal particularly great anti-monster stuff, so there is that. I wouldn't feel too bad. Although, actually, I would. I'd be a little miffed. At the start of your hero phase of generals within 3, you receive 1 command point. Oh, City of Sigmar ability. Dolan. Adjutant ability. Still only pray once, though. Volcano's Call. Alright, this better be fucking good. As the chanter is carrying a runic icon, you can reroll the chanting prayer. Auto reroll. Hell yeah. Wait. As the chanter is carrying a runic iron, you can reroll the chanting roll. Does this mean that since you're carrying a runic iron, you can reroll all chanting rolls? It's just in the description of what happens for Volcano's Call. But the way it's written really makes it sound like I'm rerolling chanting rolls if I have a runic iron of any sort. Am I reading too much into this rule, or is this like an FAQ question? Just for War Scroll prayers? Okay. Does it say that elsewhere in the book? I just didn't have the thing for it. Because why wouldn't it say... I'll do a little cleanup here. As the chanter is carrying a runic iron, you can reroll this chanting roll. And then there you go, right? Anyway, if answered, pick one terrain feature wholly within range invisible. Roll die for each model within 1. For each 6, suffers a mortal wound. In addition to your next year, the terrain feature blocks visibility in the same manner as a wildwood. Well, yeah, but in what manner does a wildwood block it?
Oh, you are so big. So absolutely huge.
CG Busta. Thanks for the $25. I appreciate it. I'm gonna... Big Lord, he says. Good comment and accurate. Thanks a lot. Yeah, amen. Nanomachines? Nanomachines is $17.76. Nanomachines has changed to $17.76. I shuffled it around. You'll see it if you scroll down under the About section. It's still there. It's just different. More patriotic, I felt. Anyway, it's got him holding an iron. Blocking visibility in the same manner as a wildwood is cool. This guy has access to all the prayers. Like, oh man. You could choose any of them. And he's a priest. What's the minimum point value that something can be? 125. Okay. But he doesn't let you deep strike, so... Now a rune smiter, look at this. Actual T-posing priest. Holy shit. He has the latch axe. He lets you deep strike, so that's amazing. He's also a priest. Man, get shit on, Rune Master. Runic Empowerment is a prayer that has an answer value of 3. Carries one of the following: runic iron or a forge key. If he's carrying a runic iron, you can re-roll it. If it's a forge key, it's 18. Okay. Pick one friendly Fyreslayers, you can add one of the wound rolls. Oh, okay. Yep. Wound roll bonus, man. So this Rune Smiter is obviously auto-include. He always has been, and always will be, as long as he has a magmic tunneling. Also a priest, also a thing.
Relaxing, kind of invigorating. Everybody doesn't appreciate it like we connoisseurs do.
Oh, we have a connoisseur. SJ Arcade, thanks for the $10. I appreciate it. What's this? He asks. Oh, nothing. It's just the connoisseur tier donation. Thanks a lot. Everyone doesn't appreciate it like we connoisseurs do. And it's got like cabs in New York hogging in the background. Thanks a lot. Rune Master is a great candidate for stoking the fires and keeping an eye on the pizza. Yeah, if you have room in your list for a Rune Master at all, you might as well sit next to the pizza oven. Lore, why are the weapons keys? I don't have the greatest answer. I haven't written the Fyreslayers section yet, Legion. I'll be able to tell you Thursday probably, because I'm about to go over it, but... They're big fans of Tetsuya Nomura. Oh man, a Kingdom Hearts joke. 5 out of 7. Good work. Baron von Bobo. Oh, is it? Just going over some War Scrolls here, playing a minigame. It's how they open their magma holds, literally. Alright. I gotta admit, that's what I thought. But I wasn't about to be a super spreader of misinformation. Don't want the Twitch cops coming after me. Anyway, this dude's sick. He's an auto-include at any even reasonably okay points value. 160, maybe. 135? Awesome. Alright, great. You're hired. You are hired. And I would have paid you better wages, but you sort of undersold yourself. Because they're the keys to their gold vaults as well as absurdly powerful artifacts.
Big.
So fucking big. Sorry, I was talking over your donation, Tay Barracuda. I apologize. Let's run that again.
So fucking big.
So fucking big. Anyway, thanks a lot. 1,000 bits, Tay Barracuda. Appreciate it. So fucking big. Hades Death God, I feel like they should use some of those absurdly powerful artifacts instead of just like 2 of them. They should use more of them. You got overwhelmed by your Skaven and had bills, so you just sold them for good money. Starting some Stormcast to practice painting. And you have ideas. Nice. I hope you enjoy yourself. Converting ideas, the best kind. Never too early to start converting stuff into your dudes, I think. The keys are the absurdly powerful artifacts? Oh, okay. I mean, rerolling prayers is okay. Doesn't quite translate to game, but I appreciate their attempt. Anyway, Flame Keepa. This is the guy that we saw before. This is the guy that I'm guessing is either getting FAQ'd or TOs are already kind of not going to let the accidentally forgetting the keyword thing. Seems sick. Or no, wait, is that Battlesmith? Whomst was the dude? Was that the Battlesmith? There was some dude in this book somebody was talking about. Accidentally. Forgot a keyword. Oh, sorry, I might be thinking of Thrallmaster. Not this guy, but the other guy from that box. Like the... Yeah, Battlesmith with the rally. That's it. Okay, it's the next guy. Battlesmith has the power. This unit issues the rally command. You can return one slain model to the unit that receives the command for each 4-up instead of each 6. So, they've been doing a pretty good job of putting the keywords in there. But for this one, they forgore, right? It's probably simply a clerical error. But, yeah, he has the power. True. Good meme. No keyword lol. Friendly Fyreslayers units wholly within 12 of this unit have a ward of 6. Once per battle in your hero phase, you can pick one friendly unit and plant the icon. If you do until the start of your next hero phase, friendly Fyreslayers within have a ward of 5 up. Okay, this is nicer. I like this better. Rally Fulminators 4 up, no big deal. Dude. Rally like... Rally Fulminators, Rally Dragons. Can you have units of... oh, never mind. Those are too huge. Where can I get a big hat? If you scroll down, if you're on desktop, I have a merchandise button, and you too can purchase a big hat. Or follow the link that my robot is using to sell out in chat. Phoenix Guard is gross, obviously. It's more memey to choose some, like, humongous monster group, you know, to come back, but I like it. Hey, it's balanced, right? They can't be in combat. No problem. What do you cost? $150. Okay. All right. You can be the 6th person to buy a Big Supreme shirt. Caution, it's an expensive shirt because it like the base cost of the shirt is just stupidly expensive. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't the profit slider is the same as it is for the rest of them. It's $4. But for whatever reason, they charge a shitload for that stupid meme shirt. But hey, if you're willing to pay a lot for memes, go for it. Did we go over Deepkin? We did not. Anyhow, Rune Smiter, sick. Flamekeeper, what were you again? 90. Yeah, that's about right. Battlesmith, hell yeah. This guy's even awesome if the shit gets fixed, actually. He's dope. This guy kept getting better and better the more extra juice we discovered to put on him. This is like a bona fide Timmy meme. Timmy Johnny funny thing. It has become, which is cool. And then Doomseeker is like Grimwrath Berserker, except his model looks like dog shit. And Grimwrath's looks fucking awesome. And apparently, whoa, his attacks are super shit. How come? Well, maybe they get juiced up. Let's see. Start the first battle round, pick an enemy unit. For this unit to swear to destroy. Fun. At the end of the combat phase of the unit is when 3 in the unit is fought no more than once. You can fight. Okay, so you can fight twice. In addition, the combat phase of this unit is destroyed. It can, okay, so it's got the same stuff as this guy. Why do you have 2 units that do the fucking same thing? And then one has like bonus rules. Oh, let's see. Add 1 of the damage characteristic if it has 1 wound allocated. Add 2 to this unit's melee weapons instead of the unit has 2 or more. Or if the Oathbound ability has allowed the unit to fight. Okay. So he's damaged 3 with his weapons if he is currently dying or dead and fighting. And it's both of his weapons. So he has essentially 6 attacks, 3s and 3s. 3. What do you cost this guy at? The difference between this guy and this guy is that this guy's only good if he's dying. And this guy can be good otherwise. Whatever the Grimwrath Berserker is, only just less. Yeah, 85. Alright. $45. Is 3 damage even going to go through with that lack of rend? Nope. That's why he's bad. Well, okay, that's one of the few reasons why I don't hold on. I was so shocked by that happening. Let me refresh this. I've refreshed the cam. Camera frozen in shock. Orc Hearthguard, please be good. Be different than the update we saw. 2 Magma Pikes, 4s and 3s. God damn it. 4s and 3s. Unmodified hit roll for shooting attack made with a Magma Pike is 6. Subtract 1 from the target's move. This ability cannot reduce the target's move characteristic below half. This is a fairly elegant rule that is not just not consistent, and I don't know. It's missing a little something, but I like the thought. It's a cool idea. I think it's cool that, you know, on a 6, some iterative thing happens that's not just a mortal wound. And it has the same flavor of the gooey globs of juice that they were shooting out, you know, in the old version of the War Scroll. They're unit champion. Yeah, they're Carls from Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Just imagine them with like a wife beater on with stains on it. Flip-flops. Candy blue sweatpants, you know. Balding underneath the helmet. I feel like 2 attacks a model, 4s and 3s, 1/1 sucks. But I think this is a cool idea for an ability. It could like end up being pretty annoying. They're going to be the slow ones. Slowing your opponent makes sense. I want these guys to be good. I need to figure it out. I need to figure out how. This is a unit of 5, right? All this stuff is units of 5 now. 120, okay. Yeah. That's what I thought. Interesting. I hope these are somehow really good. Hearthguard Berserkers. These are the Druids. It has a ward of 4 up if it is wholly within 9 of any friendly Fyreslayer heroes. Wholly within 9? Ugh. Absolutely disgusting. Damn, wholly within 9. I'm mad. Alright. Impossible to charge with them and maintain the bonuses almost. Especially after a pile-in. That's annoying. I'm surprised they kept their ward. I thought they would transfer it to battle traits for the whole army. But it makes sense to differentiate them from other stuff. Yeah, Battlesmith full group hug. And you can either choose the thing that has rend or the thing that has mortal wounds, which is like having rend. They have the same profile though. Oh, it's 1 damage instead of 2. That's the difference. Okay. Yeah, they do bodyguard a hero and become a retinue. Do they get like, when you are a retinue, can you like move as 1? That'd be cool. I know the answer is no, but... And Hearthguard are supposed to be the bodyguards, like lore-wise. That's why they're called guard. Stuff that's called Hearthguard used to have the bodyguard role. 160. Alright. And finally, this guy who looks like he's... It looks like he was carrying a bowl of cereal across the kitchen and just fell, you know? And the axes in his hands are just about to slide off. The poses on these are a little goofy to me. So, okay, Volkite Berserkers, please be good. The bread and butter. 2 attacks, 3s and 3s, no rend, 1 damage. They're bad. Once per battle at the start of the combat phase, you can say this will... Okay, so once per battle, you have to, like, mind meld, oh, my guys are going to die. At the start of the combat phase, they can fight before they pile in, or they can pile in and fight before they die. You get 3 attacks a model if they charged. If you're in that one sub-faction, they're on 2s and 2s with all their attacks. You can give them rend 1. If you pop that 1 rune, you get a lot of synergies on these guys. I'm not ready to say they're bad. I need to figure out all of the synergies you can lay upon them, but you have a lot to give them. In other words, I'm listening. I'm listening to Volkite Berserkers. Please be cheap. Oh shit. The most expensive ones? That is a surprise. However, you can give them a lot of synergies. I just gotta make some lists and do some math. None of these guys I'm willing to rule out, although the shoot guys are looking worse. Wait, what? 2 worse rolls? What? Oh, okay. These are on 4 up because they have a shield. Got it. Okay. They split up the war scroll. And they have 1 attack instead of 2 war 3. They get run down the war pick just like they used to. 1 the charge rolls, 1 the attacks. Oh, they still have Berserk Fury. After this unit makes a charge. Oh, so these. Alright, you kept your Bladed Sling Shield rule. Roll 1 die for each model in the unit. On a 6, suffers 1 mortal wound. That isn't particularly great, but it's better than like rolling this. And it doesn't rob you of your save anymore, and I think he used to, so that's cool. The split is good because now they can have the points be way different than the other ones, or very close to the same. Still. Neat. And then we looked at these. Oh no, wait, we didn't. We only looked at the Infernoth, and he's bad. What about the Zargaron Flame Spit? The 4-up save is massive. Yeah, sure, he paints studios. Remember the thing that, I can't remember who coined it, that half-joking meme comment right at the start of 3rd edition? Because in 3rd edition, a 4-up save is a 3-up save. At the start of the commanding player's shooting phase, if there's any friendly priests within 6 of it, you can pick 1 enemy unit within 24 and roll 12 dice, add 1 to the roll. If that unit has 10 or more models, you won't be. Add 2 if the unit has 20 or more. Oh no, it's got the Thunder Tusk rules. My condolences. For each 6 up, this unit suffers 1 mortal wound. Awesome. Commanding player rolls 4 more unmodified 6s after the mortal wounds have been allocated. This invocation is removed from play. Why does it kill itself if it randomly, for once, actually does a decent amount of damage? Like the one time it actually almost seems worth it, it just offs itself. 10 points. 55. Okay, I was close. And Runic Firewall. Models cannot move across or through this unless they have the Magmadroth keyword or can fly. Awakened Runes. At the start of each phase, the commanding player can pick 1 friendly Fyreslayers unit only than 12. And draw upon its power. Oh, neat, okay. If they do so, the commanding player rolls a die on a 1 to 5. The unit has a ward of 6 up until the end of the phase. On a 6, it has a ward of 4 up. Okay, so this thing used to have like real fucky drawing line of sight written poorly so the dudes standing in front of it in total plain view are like out of line of sight. They fixed that by just giving a ward to the thing that you probably already have some other way. And then on a 6, a ward of 4 up out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. Alright. $10 points. Nope, 55. Okay. Close. I was close. And then Infernoth, I'm thinking 15 points. But it's 70. Potatoes? Okay. Magmad Battleforge. Let's get to it. Anywhere within your territory, more than 3 from objectives. It is impassable. Start of your hero phase, you can pick 1 friendly Fyreslayer's priest within 6 to control it. If you do, until the end of the phase, add 1 the chanting rolls for that. Okay. That makes a lot of your chants more reasonable. Fyreslayer's priest within 18 Can I use this terrain features Molten Blessing ability and its spending the Forge ability in the same phase? How come? Is that so wrong? Why? Why can't you use both? Karnak, thanks for the tier 1. 85 years of subbing. Yeah, 12 months. That's basically the same. Thanks a lot for the tier 1. You don't think we'll be able to get through another Battletome? Yeah, I've been going for 4.5 hours. We might not have time to go through another Battletome. It's my first day back. I gotta ease into it, you know. Once per battle at the start of your hero phase, instead of using the terrain features Molten Blessing, you can pick one Fyreslayer Priest within 6 and spend all of its energy. If you do so until the start of your next hero phase, friendly Fyreslayer units within the battlefield have a ward of 6 up. But a bunch of them already do. However, for the rest of the battle, Fyreslayer's Priest can no longer use the terrain features Molten... What? Ugh. I actually hate this. This thing is dumb. Have it do something cool instead. This gets a D-. Plus one, the chanting is sweet, but like, I don't know. This should be cooler. I know this is bad feedback, but Magmic Battleforge should feel much more exciting than this. And it really doesn't. How did the video work week go? I really needed it delightful. I got a shitload of work done on the YouTube videos. I had a reasonable sleep schedule for the first time in like 5 months. It was important. And I spent most of the time working. Just working in a different way, but it was kind of like a break, which was nice. I didn't like stream, so I didn't make any money that week, but it was pretty useful because working on YouTube is a good avenue to get people to Twitch, right? So, plus people are looking forward to the videos, and they should come out, right? COVID's over, like blah blah blah. Well, over, but anyway, this is sad. Should have been cooler. And now we got the points. Allies are Cities of Sigmar, Kraut and Overlord, Stormcast Eternals. Really not Gotrek? I suppose he's got his own custom ones, don't they? Nice. Alright. Are you liking Total Warhammer 3? It's fun. I like it. Unfortunately, it has the bad luck of coming out slightly before Elden Ring, which is a way better game that I'm enjoying way more. But I haven't gotten the chance to play it more than... I've played Elden Ring 3 times, in between other stuff, and I really liked it. Played Total Warhammer 3, also 3 times, in between other stuff, and I streamed those. I enjoyed it. Not bad. It's got some optimization issues. Total War 3 does. I haven't found any issues for Elden Ring, really, optimization-wise. Seems really well crafted. Runs like a dream, even when I'm streaming, which is impressive. And Total War is kind of chugging, especially on opponent turn. I like ogre mechanics and stuff like that. So I'll pick it back up when things get back to normal. Do you think Battlesmith 4-up rally ability intended to be all of order? Absolutely not. No. I think their rally ability that they wrote definitely does not intend to affect all of order and all of your allies and everything, and it was just a mistake on their part. I get the distinct impression that an FAQ is on the way, and most TOs are probably going to rule it as such, I would imagine. Oven should, once per battle, improve existing wards by 1 as well. I think the Oven should just do... I don't know. There's so many suggestions I could pull out, but they'd just be like random, what if this cool thing happened, what if that cool thing happened. I just feel like the Pizza Oven is very disappointing rules-wise. And it's basically unchanged from before, when it was also disappointing rules-wise. I mean, don't get me wrong, +1 to Prey is good. But... I guess I wanted more. Your local community has banned the Battlesmith as an ally. I feel like to me, this is such an obvious oversight that most TOs are just going to be like, no, they don't intend for this to work like that. It's just going to be in the FAQ in 2 weeks. And I feel they're reasonable in that one. Makes a great za, though, yeah. You like Cathay? I've only done the ogres, so I don't have any insight on the other stuff. I will get to it, though. You missed? What's up with the Battlesmith? Well, this is one of the things I heard about beforehand. I heard about almost nothing, but I did hear about this one. I just couldn't remember which guy it was on. Bard of the Lodge. If this unit issues the rally command, you can return 1 sleigh model to the unit receiving the command for each 4-up instead of 6. And it does not say target Fyreslayers. So every Order army can ally in a Battlesmith and regenerate their dragons on 4-ups and Phoenix Guard on 4-ups and blah 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 blah. Totally not intended, I would imagine. And simply a clerical error. Or they... Yeah, I just don't think it's intended. It's not intended at all. So if you can convince anyone to let you do it, have fun for a week or 2. Anyhow, that is Fyreslayers. I'm going to rest my voice a little bit. It's been 4.5 hours. Oh, Shorty Pain Studios, thanks for continuing the gift sub. Appreciate it. TYMD. ATS. Thank you, my dude, as they say. Tips on Cathay. Just cheat. Build a few armies to sit in gate cities. Put 2 to 3 in cities outside the gate, and you get free levels with every other turn spawns of chaos armies. Oh, neat. Just grinding XP. That's cool. Tip Top Baker, first time chatter. From Sydney, Australia, you talk Warhammer, so I follow. Hey, thanks for the follow. And thanks for the first time chatter, appreciate it. You have joined at the perfect time. Because we've looked over the whole book and I'm about to head out. So apologies. But thanks for stopping by. Just finished talking about the new Fyreslayers book. It was the first time I managed to see it all. And I guess this is more of a reaction than a review, to be honest, because I got some numbers to crunch. But I think before I looked at it, I said some things. I predicted some outcomes, and I don't think my opinions changed terribly much. Next presentation won't be red, so you won't be blushing. Yeah, I got a little bit of red going on here. Maybe an explosion will get it off my face. Super hyped. Time for the too long didn't read. I don't know. I don't know if I can sum it all up. There's cool stuff you can do with magma drops. I don't know how actually great it is. You might just be memeing, but Timmy likes that stuff, so maybe it's fine. It might just be ideal to play a whole bunch of troops and pretend you're BOC, except really slow with worse rend. But a shitload of almost never-ending once per battle effects. You have so many once per battle effects of so many different types. You're doing something in response to everything all the time. Hero spam, troop spam. Prayers aren't particularly impressive. No wizards. There's a lot of synergies you can give berserkers, which is cool. A lot of your like hyper restrictive, tedious, wholly within buff zones got a little larger. Except for the 4-up one. I don't know. There are some combos in here. There's some stuff to do for Johnny. I'm thinking about. Overall, It fell cataclysmically short of what we could have done with each other in 1 week. But for a 3rd edition Games Workshop Battletome, I give it a... doesn't feel like an Iron Jaws, you know, big damage, hilarious, fun, super fast, everything like that. It doesn't feel like a Bone Splitters. Fyreslayers might be cementing themselves as the, you know, Nurgle of Order almost. Less Dura, but more tricks. A bunch of tricks. Man, I just need to play against him and build some lists to figure stuff out. You have once per battle, so many once per battle effects of all different types. Anyway, I'm gonna get some water. And close up shop for the evening. I will see you guys next time for Aiden and Deepkin. TY for tuning in, I appreciate it.